all of you who are joining us online from across the country and from across all our biomass bank locations as well. I'm Anita Nerkar, Marketing Head at BiofuelCircle, and I shall be taking you through the event today. So today indeed is a special day. We are coming together not just to celebrate 5 years of BiofuelCircle, but also to reflect upon the 5 years of impact created in shaping a future-ready bioenergy ecosystem. Today is our opportunity to hear from the best, from our customers, from our partners, and the industry leaders. An opportunity to come together with the people that are actively making strides in the industry. An opportunity to be together, inspiring this new age of energy, to co-create, to co-learn, and co-invest in the future of bioenergy. Today lined up are 3 dynamic panel discussions from inclusive rural growth to the emerging bioenergy landscape of India. So we are all excited to see what new ideas and thoughts emerge in today's discussions. And to start this session, I would now like to invite Suhas Bakshi, co-founder and chairman BiofuelCircle, to start this session with an inaugural address.
Hi, thank you, Anita, and good morning, everybody. Not just to the people in this room, but everybody who's gathered at our biomass bank locations to watch this live event. What's the emotion? We've completed 5 years today. I think it's a combination of feeling, you need to look back, you need to look forward. So there's a thrill and excitement about what we were able to achieve, and there is also a thrill and excitement about what we are likely to see over the next 5 years. So what I'm going to do over the next 10 odd minutes is talk about a few things and take you through combination of what has been our journey so far and what is the journey likely to be going forward. I have a small presentation here, and I will move to that presentation. Right. So what we have seen over the last 5 years is what I would call as BiofuelCircle 1.0. What was BiofuelCircle 1.0? Okay. Ashwin and I met each other in February of 2020, and we ideated for several months. And 23rd of June is when we formally incorporated BiofuelCircle. So June of 2020, a company was incorporated with an idea that we will create a combination of digital and physical ecosystem for bioenergy supply chain. For us, both were important, digital and physical, because we felt that these are areas which can help accelerate the bioenergy ecosystem. So this was just an idea. Move to January 2021, we were able to do a proof of concept. Can I also request everybody to move their telephones on silent? And if you have to attend important calls, do take them from outside. Thank you so much. So January 2021, we had a proof of concept or beginning of proof of concept. And the date was 26th of January 2021, our Republic Day. Our alpha customer, Thermax, started trials of our marketplace platform. Between January 2021 and September 2021, we did what I would call as alpha trials and launched something called a beta marketplace in states of Gujarat, Maharashtra, and Tamil Nadu. And the reason I'm taking you through this journey is here assembled today with us and online is a group of 200 employees of BiofuelCircle. It began with 2, we've grown to around 227 now, and we continue to grow. Now, some of these 227 people came along as we were doing this. So day 1, it was me and Ashwin. January 2021, we were a group of 15 people. By September 2021, we were a group of 30 people. So we were, gathering strength in terms of people, and I would definitely call these early set of people who joined us as believers in not just what we were doing, but in us. So the first phase of the first year was essentially about getting a group of believers together, giving shape to idea, testing the idea, and making sure that we can convert it into a business. By September 2022, we were able to convince an aid agency, a German aid agency, GIZ, to believe in our biomass bank concept and to give a grant for setting up 3 biomass banks in Maharashtra. So the number of people working with us moved from 30 to 40, 40 to 45. We started gaining partners in the way. So BioF started working with us, GIZ started working with us. Number of customers increased, number of people outside our ecosystem increased. We raised a round of funding, so there were shareholders and shareholder expectations which started coming in there. And going forward, April 2024 is probably where the proverbial moment of reckoning came when some of our customers started telling us that what you're doing is good, but now you need to start doing it at a far, far larger scale. So we started what I would call as a ramp-up program in April 2024. As we sit here in June 2025, if I look back, what has been the impact that we have created? We've got more than 250 industrial customers. We've got more than 1,000 biomass processors, briquette and pellet makers who are on our platform. In this ecosystem, we've been able to complete deals of close to 1 million metric tons on our platform. Looking back, 1 million metric tons in 5 years definitely feels like something that is, I wouldn't call it monumental, but I would say something which is definitely not just scratching the surface, making things happen at a scale which was not seen in the past. Parallelly, we've created 35 biomass banks. Through these 35 biomass banks, we've got 45,000 farmers. Through these 45,000 farmers, we've been able to create storage locations which are spread across 300 acres. In rural areas, we've got 1,300 partners. Somebody owning a tractor decides to work with us and decides to become a partner for a season or for a year. Thus, somewhere down the line, we started impacting rural livelihood. Direct farmer payments of more than 3 crores have been completed on the platform so far, and more than 32 crore worth of rural economic activity has been created so far. So if I look back and say how much of it was on the plan on day one, I would say we thought we will be able to construct something which will do this. But some of these numbers were only in Excel sheets. Some of these numbers were only there for us to tell our prospective investors that yes, there is a chance that we could do something like this. So today, standing here, I feel proud of this team, and I feel proud of the belief that the initial set of believers had in the idea, where you were able to help the founders create what I would call as a strong fledgling business coming out of just an idea. So what have we created now? We've created a model, right? What does the model have? The model has a digital platform, which is what we wanted to do. Digital platform drives rural participation blended with e-commerce. Mobile, IoT, data analytics, AI, all of them are suitably integrated with several different applications. We've created a business model around a rural ecosystem called Biomass Bank. A cluster of 10 villages, 10,000 metric tons of annual biomass throughput, 10 acres of land, driving 4 crores of rural business in a small cluster. Now that's a model which, from a business model point of view, has become replicable. We've been able to create 35 biomass banks in the last 1.5 years period. And in the process, we've created an organization, a set of people, and more importantly, processes. Look, we essentially wanted to do a business which was focused on unorganized rural. Creating industrial scale processes in unorganized rural is something which is beginning of, in my opinion, a revolution. And I think this bunch of people, it's starting to do that. So somewhere down the line, I do believe that we have created a strong leadership position based on what we are wanting to do. So what is then BiofuelCircle 2.0? Today is the beginning of BiofuelCircle 2.0. So what is BiofuelCircle 2.0? BiofuelCircle 2.0, and I have drawn a sketch here. I've been badgering Anita for the last few weeks saying that I want everything on one slide. So here is the idea and thought and dream of BiofuelCircle 2.0. I'm going to use, I think, over the next 5 years period, we would like to make sure that we have 27 lakh farmers in our ecosystem. We would like to make sure that we've got 1,000 biomass banks. These 1,000 biomass banks will work with 35,000 micro-entrepreneurs. We've got 1,300 micro-entrepreneurs now. We would work with 35,000 micro-entrepreneurs. In addition to the biomass banks which are focused on aggregating residual biomass, we also intend to encourage energy crop plantations on degraded lands. And we are not just wanting to extract biomass, we are wanting to create rural circular economy through providing crop nutrition, soil nutrition, which is carbon-rich soil nutrition. Now that's one ecosystem which we are saying over the next 5 years, 27 lakh farmers and 20,000 acres of degraded land. On the right-hand side, you would see that there is nature of enterprises. We would want to work with more than 10,000 biomass processors. We would want to supply to more than 100 advanced biofuel companies producing CBG, bioethanol, sustainable aviation fuel, what have you, biochar. We would want to provide service of supply chain to these companies. In addition to that, we would want to create our own franchise units branded Envira, making standardized biofuel, standardized biochar. And from this ecosystem, we would want to supply to power plants, we would want to supply to industries. And together, all of this, and I think some of the numbers are hidden behind the chair here, we would want to drive an annual throughput of 15 million metric tons in the 5th year of operation. 15 million metric ton would still be 5% of India's potential, but 5% of India's potential in itself is something which would take a monumental effort to do. We've already started raising funds, we've already started creating the organization, and most importantly, this event that we've organized today is not for celebrating 5 years of BiofuelCircle. This event is for setting a foundation stone based on a thought process that we would want to hear from our customers and industry leaders. What is happening around us? What's the direction that bioenergy as a sector is likely to take? What are the opportunities? What are the risks? What should we be willing to do straight away? What should we be a little cagey about doing? I think some of these thoughts and ideas, we thought our people to listen would be the best thing to happen. Bioenergy as a segment is now creating a human capital base. We're taking people from across the board. Most of the people who work with us do not have background which is bioenergy as a segment. So listening to practitioners of bioenergy, listening to their views and their vision is going to set in motion probably more ideas which will shape BiofuelCircle 2.0 in a very, very different fashion. Now, in addition to all of this, you will see 2 words, and those 2 words are Greenfields and doing well by doing good. Greenfields is a quarterly communication that we started, which is our newsletter, which takes to the industry at large views of people from the industry, views of people who are impacted by bioenergy from within our organization, outside the organization. It's an important asset from a marketing perspective that we've created. This event, in a way, is a part of that Greenfields movement that we started. Now, what's doing well by doing good? And this is the last thought that I leave in your minds before I close. Back in 2021, September 2021, is when we commercially launched our platform in 3 states. And we said, this was middle of COVID. I think this was second wave of COVID. And everybody was sitting at home. And it was not possible to meet customers. It was not possible to go and talk about this new launch that we were doing everywhere. So I think the industry discovered a wonderful way of creating panel discussions which were online panel discussions. So we started a series of online panel discussions, and we call these panel discussions Doing Well by Doing Good. And we got people who were linked to 3 different areas. Number 1, bioenergy as technology. Number 2, rural economy as an area of focus. And number 3, financing green businesses. These 3 were the themes that we picked up and conducted 3 different panel discussions. And we had at that time said that DWDG is a concept that we will take forward, bringing industry leaders to talk about the themes associated with the industry. I'm very happy to see that the 4th DWDG event is now an online-offline event and not just an online event. It is continuing the theme that we started discussing, which is technology, rural impact, and in addition to that, what is driving transition in the industry. I think these are themes that we put together. And most importantly, through the guest list and speaker list today, you will have at least one person who was also a speaker in one of those events. Okay, so somewhere down the line, there is a continuity, and I think there is an industry taking shape here. And we are very, very happy to be part of those set of companies and those set of people who are helping shape thoughts associated with this industry. And with that, I once again welcome you. Very, very happy to see our customers, our well-wishers, our partners joining the group of employees that we have. Welcome to everybody who's at our biomass banks. We can't be with you in person, but I think we are there equally with you in spirit. So thank you very much for joining us today. And I now hand it over back to Anita for taking the session forward. All the best.
Thank you so much, Suhas, for inspiring us. So very quickly, if you saw, he has put out a roadmap for us. He has shared his vision for us to work on for the next 5 years. And to make and to bring life to this vision, what we require is a team of believers, a team of change makers. At this point in time, I want to take you all through this small video we created. This is a message, or it's on the behalf of the entire BiofuelCircle team. So here we go.
Help industry switch to green fuel.
Opened up conversations that connect people to purpose, from farmers to industry leaders, by being the hub of information that translates into bioenergy, creating an impactful change.
I help in turning waste into wealth.
I help drive a circular economy of agri-waste.
The work is challenging, but it also keeps me motivated.
I feel energized. Knowing that my work contributes to something bigger gives me a sense of purpose.
Very well so far, ready to take a new responsibility.
Driving this emerging industry as a leader, what more can I ask for?
Brain fueled.
Impactful, insightful.
Innovation.
Evolving.
Empowering.
Grateful and motivated, every message I put create curiosity and connection and chance for someone new to join the mission.
It is a great thing to see our local villagers get a new income source.
We made the largest and most trusted platform today in this space.
It would say that if you want to solve real problem, go to the ground and get your hand dirty and build with purpose.
It's a deal.
I am the bridge between the farmers and the industries and turning the agri-waste into the sustainable energy.
Rural is more technology, urban is nature.
In rural, build, urban, clean.
They would be more powerful, and urban should have some peace.
Urban pause and rural connect.
Rural, more tech. Urban, more human.
A stronger bridge between the rural effort and urban opportunity.
All right then, can I hear it from everyone? A round of applause to all these wonderful change makers here. Thank you so much. We will now move on to our first panel discussion for the day. It's on the promise of bioenergy in inclusive rural growth. So this panel discussion will center around shaping rural participation and rural enterprises as a foundation of a robust supply chain of bioenergy. We will also hear from two of our rural enterprises who've been working with us in our 2 biomass banks. They will talk about the enterprise opportunities they have had. We'll discuss more on this participative model and what it takes to make it more successful. So let's get started. I would first like to invite on stage Tushar Lavlekar, Managing Director, BFC Supply Private Limited, fondly also our own biomass banks. I invite him on stage, please. He will be moderating and taking us through this conversation. I would now like to introduce and invite our panelists for this first panel discussion. Mr. Girish Sohni, Principal Advisor and Trustee. A round of applause, please. He's also an advisor with BiofuelCircle. With over 4 decades of experience in natural resource management and rural livelihoods, his work has shaped institutions, empowered farmer organizations, and earned global recognition, including the prestigious French Order of Agricultural Merit. It's a pleasure, sir, to have you with us. Thank you so much. Next, I would like to call upon Ms. Prema Jaiswal, MSME Business Co-Lending Partnership Head, Caspian Debt. Prema is a seasoned financial services professional with over 18 years of experience who has led operations, legal compliance, digital transformation, and strategic partnership. She's built high-performing teams and implemented enterprise technology platforms and driven innovation with strong focus on impact and sustainability. We welcome you here. Next on stage, I would like to call upon Subhashish Ray, Professor, XLRI Xavier School of Management, Jamshedpur. A globally recognized expert in sustainability and enterprise, with over 30 years of experience across industry and academia. He currently serves on the advisory board of 2 European Union projects too. Professor Ray has taught in 27 countries, trained executives, and worked with global leaders to shape sustainable business future. And now, let me call upon our rural partner all the way from UP, Vishnu Shankar Mishra, Raghuved Agro Farmer Producer Company Limited. He has been our partner in Ramnagar Biomass Bank, connecting with thousands of farmers through the digital platform, spreading awareness about digitization, about agricultural waste management, and about growth through our biomass bank. We also have one more partner joining us. Okay. So we also look forward to one more rural partner who will be joining us from Maharashtra's Junnar Biomass Bank. Till then, I think I would now leave it for Tushar to now take it forward from here.
Thank you so much, Anita. A very, very good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you, and many congratulations to all of us on this special, day. 5 years, and I mean, it's overwhelming. So I'll not get into that. But let's come to the point. I think we have, a very, very eminent panel here. People with vast experience, people with vast knowledge, I am very keenly looking forward to this panel discussion today. This, session as very enriching, knowledgeable, and I hope to carry forward a lot of learnings from here. And I hope all of you will also benefit. And there are our team members and our some of our esteemed customers, partners watching us right now at various biomass bank locations. So a very good morning to all of you also, and I hope you will find this session equally meaningful. So let's begin. So before we start, while Anita has introduced our members, I would very quickly just want to summarize the topic and the topic of discussion today. So our topic is promise of bioenergy for inclusive rural growth. Now, over the past years, we are seeing an increasing focus on harnessing the surplus agro residue of our agricultural sector towards biofuels or feedstock for some of the biofuels. Now, this is there are policy interventions that we can see. We can see government is encouraging the use of this residue. We are also seeing more and more investment coming into the space. We can see large private players, money coming from outside also in this space. So all of this gives us the idea that this is an area where there is a lot of focus and a lot of interest. There have been also attempts from the government to penalize some of the people who have tried burning the waste, also giving a sign that there is very serious attempt to make sure that this agri residue is channelized towards the right kind of measures. So while industries, process industries and other sectors have increasingly started adopting biofuels as replacement to fossil fuels, greenfield projects are also being set up, as I said, new projects coming up, and all of this gives us to understand that this is a sector which has growth. So how is it that this sector can be then used or this sector can fuel an inclusive rural growth? So that's what we will try and understand and we'll try and cover today. So I would want to start with Girish, because I think when it comes to the agri sector or the farm sector and social impact, I haven't so far met anybody who has the kind of experience that Girish has. He's headed BIF, which is an institution which we hold in extremely high regard. For a very long time, he's steered the vision and he's steered the the strategy there. So let's start with Girish. So Girish, with your experience in the rural sector, what are some of the key challenges that you see in achieving the inclusive growth, and how do you think some of these challenges can be addressed?
Thank you, Tushar. This occasion, a momentous occasion, which comes at 5 years of journey, a very pioneering journey which BiofuelCircle has taken up. I think this has been a pioneering path that has been taken, and in being pioneering, it is treading new directions. And if you look at what you are doing, BiofuelCircle, what you are doing in terms of the use of the biomass that is available from the farms, it reminds me a bit of the way Amul started. When Amul started, Dr. Kurian had a very clear idea that we should start with mopping up the surpluses of milk available in the rural areas. And that mopping up of surpluses created value for the farmers, and in the process created a very large sector organization which became a path-breaking direction for cooperative dairy movement in the country. Now here we have a situation where the farm is itself transforming a lot. The farm is no longer a food production area. There was a time when cereal production was a priority, and that is what agriculture contributed. But now we are seeing that cereal production is giving way to many other directions which also can come from the farm. One of the very clear things that is emerging is the production of energy. And the farm can also be not just a producer of food and fiber, but also can be a producer of energy. And that is what BiofuelCircle has been harnessing over the last years. It, of course, requires a lot of challenges to be dealt with. One is, of course, to create an ecosystem by which we could tap that value for the farmers. So that is one of the greatest challenges, and therefore, one of the directions that has to be taken up is in the form of a market maker who would create that type of value chain, possible. So you need a market maker role that has to be there, and at the same time, you need an ecosystem building role. And these are two main challenges that have to be dealt with, and which BiofuelCircle has started now off in developing. So I think, Tushar, this is the starting point of the challenges, but there are many others that we can talk about.
Thank you so much. I think that's very interesting. So, continuing with this, conversation, Girish, while you're bringing the point of market practices and marketplaces, how do you see the rural sector benefiting from the growth of the bioenergy sector as a whole, and what are the type of benefits that one can expect by participation in this space?
One very important thing is that we are in the position of transition as far as the rural economy is concerned. As I said, the farm is itself transforming, but at the same time, the entire economy, rural economy is transforming. And one of the ways in which this change is coming about, with the problems we are facing with the fossil sources, there is a need and there is a direction that is taken up towards a bioeconomy emerging. And the bioeconomy, one of the main elements of the bioeconomy is going to be a bioenergy. So bioenergy is a very important subset of the bioeconomy. And when the farmer produces something, he doesn't produce just for a purpose. For example, if he is producing paddy, he is not producing only grain, he is producing straw. When he is producing wheat, it is not just grain, but it is also straw. So from looking at the entire production in a farm, actually it is only part of it which is creating value for the farmer today. And the other part is creating problems, as we have seen in northern India. So probably creating value out of that which is not generating value for the farmer is a very important aspect which has to be taken up. And so one of the important things that will come up out of this effort is to create more value for the farmer. In the process of creating more value, there will also be an opportunity to create this value through development of a value chain. And development of a value chain will involve creation of large number of enterprises, whether it is at the transformation stage, processing stage, or in the supply chain. So there are a lot of opportunities that are emerging for the farmers to not only generate more value, but also to create enterprises which can be a transformation in the rural areas. Because from being just a producer, today India is having almost 20% of the GDP is coming from the agriculture sector. But there is 65% of the population in the agriculture sector. What it means is that you need to create opportunities of gainful self-employment for rural folk, which is outside the agriculture production sector. And that is what this type of a value chain development can make possible. So there are a lot of opportunities in terms for the farmer, in terms of creating value, in terms of creating enterprises, in terms of creating a lot of value chain activities in the area, which are going to be new ones to come.
So I think that's a very interesting thought. And these 3 points which you mentioned, Girish, I think let's just delve a little deeper on that. Value, enterprise, and value chain. Now, when we look at this, and when we especially look at, I want to go a little deeper on the word enterprise here. For enterprise or for creating enterprises in the rural sector, I think one of the concepts which has been promoted significantly is the creation of farmer collectives, so that these farmer collectives become rural enterprises, which we commonly call as FPOs or FPCs. So what do you think the FPOs or FPCs can play as a role? And do you think that is something which can become a vehicle for creation of this value and value chain?
Yes, Tushar, I think FPOs or the farmer collectives, and Mishraji, I think, represents one of them. Probably that is a very important vehicle for the future development in the rural areas and this sector. Though it is not, everything is not hunky-dory with FPOs, there are a lot of challenges and problems that we are facing. But still, as a pathway, that is something one has to look at as a great potentiality. For example, if you look at the farmer is a small producer in India, and they are very disaggregated, very scattered. And if you want to generate value out of it, it cannot be at the level of one individual farm. There has to be aggregation. And aggregation of produce is one of the important things which FPOs can make possible. So FPOs have an important role to play in terms of bringing together disaggregated small producers to negotiate better with the markets, to take up activities which cannot be taken up by an individual small producer. And so the farmer collective has an important role to play. There are various ways in which they can do it. They can play the role of an aggregator, but they can go beyond that to provide services to the farmer. And those services can be something which the farmer requires but cannot be individually able to tackle. So there can be services which can be generated by the FPO and made available to the farmers. The second thing is that the farmers, the FPOs or the farmer collectives can also develop some sort of an enterprise model where they could take up some of the value chain activities beyond providing services to transform the produce that comes from the farm. So I think FPOs have a very important role to play. And in spite of all the challenges that we face with FPOs today, I think that is a vehicle, that is a channel which one should keep in mind.
Thank you so much, Girish. And I think it's a very important point that you bring up, and we'll, I think we will work on that a little bit more as we go forward. But since you mentioned, Mishra ji, Vishnu ji, थोड़ा आपसे इस पे, सो सर का कहना ऐसा है कि जो फार्मर कलेक्टिव्स हैं या जो किसानों का एक गठबंधन हो के जिस पे काम करने की संभावनाएं हैं, आपने इस क्षेत्र में काफ़ी काम किया है. आपको क्या लगता है, आपके पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस, आपके अनुभव अगर आप इसको शेयर करना चाहें, तो आप इस क्षेत्र में जो आपने काम पिछले 2 साल में कार्य किया है, आप उसको हमारे साथ में बांटना चाहेंगे?
हेलो, मैं बायोफ्यूल सर्कल के साथ पिछले 2 वर्षों से काम कर रहा हूं, और बायोफ्यूल सर्कल ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में जो किसानों के पास फसल अवशेष को ख़त्म करने के लिए काफ़ी चैलेंजिंग वर्क होता था, उस नई सोच के साथ जो उतरी है कि फसल अवशेष को जलाएं नहीं, चलो कमाएं, और जलाने से जो पर्यावरण में वो होता था कि काफ़ी दिक्कतें आती थी, उसको मैनेज करने का काम बायोफ्यूल सर्कल ने किया है और किसानों की आय को बढ़ाने का काम किया है. तो इसके लिए हमको बायोफ्यूल सर्कल के साथ काम करना चाहिए. और पिछले साल मैंने गोरखपुर में बायोफ्यूल सर्कल के साथ काम किया था इंडियन ऑयल के लिए, लेकिन इंडियन ऑयल ने जो पराली हम लोगों ने बनाया था वो ले नहीं पाई हमारी पराली को. लेकिन बायोफ्यूल सर्कल ने कहा कि आपने हमारे लिए पराली बनाया है, हम आपके बनाए हुए पराली को अपने आप खरीद लेंगे और आपका जो पराली है वो वेस्ट नहीं जाएगा. उसने हमको कोई भी नुकसान नहीं होने दिया. इसी विश्वास के साथ मैंने पिछले साल रामनगर में भी काम किया, और बायोफ्यूल सर्कल ने पहले ही अपने एरिया को पूरा बना लिया था कि किस एरिया में हमको काम करना है, किस एरिया में काम नहीं करना है. और उनको एक ऑन बोर्डिंग टीम ने जाके सारे किसानों को ऑन बोर्ड कर दिया था. उसकी लिस्ट हमको मिल गई थी, जिससे हमको किसानों के साथ जुड़ने में, बनाने में काफ़ी मदद हुई. हम फील्ड में जाते थे तो हमको ये नहीं लगता था कि हम कहाँ आए हैं. पहले से ही बायोफ्यूल सर्कल ने अपना काम वहाँ किया था. उस लिस्ट के अनुसार हम वहाँ काम करते थे और किसानों के खेत को साफ कर देते थे और बायोफ्यूल सर्कल के लिए पराली बना के वहाँ रामनगर में ला करके सप्लाई कर देते थे।
सो विष्णु जी, हमारे 35 बायोमास बैंक में हमारे कई सारे पार्टनर्स हैं जो इस वक्त हमें लाइव देख रहे हैं और आपके इन व्यक्तिगत अनुभवों से शायद प्रेरणा भी लेंगे। सो आप थोड़ा उनको बताएंगे कि आपने कैसे ये तय किया कि आपको इस क्षेत्र में काम करना है और आपको पहले क्या कठिनाइयाँ आईं और आपको ये कॉन्फिडेंस कैसे आया कि इस क्षेत्र में आप आगे बढ़ना चाहेंगे?
मैं अपना एक एफपीओ चलाता हूं जो कि ग्रामीण क्षेत्र से मैं जुड़ा हुआ हूं उसको लेकर के, और किसानों की आय को बढ़ाने के लिए ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में जो परेशानियां आ रही हैं उसको ख़त्म करने के लिए मैं तटबद्ध था कि एफपीओ के माध्यम से अपने सबको काम किया जाएगा। और बायोफ्यूल सर्किल ने ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में ये काम अपना किया, तो उसके साथ मैं इसलिए जुड़ गया कि इससे हमारे किसानों को बहुत लाभ होगा, पर्यावरण का वो होगा। फिर उसके बाद किसान जो अपने खेत में पराली को हटाने के लिए जितनी मेहनत करते थे, बायोफ्यूल सर्कल ने उसको आसान कर दिया और बायोफ्यूल सर्कल के साथ काम कर करके हमारे एफपीओ के जो किसान हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं उनकी आय में भी बढ़ोतरी हो गई और किसान जो फसल को लगाने के लिए खेत में अपना बहुत मेहनत से उसको साफ करते थे वो आसान हो गया और किसान जो हैं अपनी आय को बढ़ाए और बायोफ्यूल सर्कल ने उसमें काफ़ी मदद की।
धन्यवाद विष्णु जी। मेरे ख्याल से आपके इन अनुभवों से इस वक्त काफ़ी लोगों को प्रेरणा मिल रही होगी। मैं आपसे कुछ और सवाल बाद में करूंगा, पर अभी इस डिस्कशन को हम आगे बढ़ाते हैं। सो प्रोफेसर रे, आई हैव some of these questions for you. Like Girish mentioned Amul as one of the examples to look at. Do you see any other parallels where inclusive growth has been created, rural inclusive growth has been created by way of either participation in the bioenergy sector or any other sector which where collectively they have come together and they have benefited?
Yeah, so good morning and thank you for having me. I think what Girish sir told, of course, any discussion on rural development cannot happen without discussing Amul. But at a lower scale, this has been happening all around the world. I'll give you one example of this organization called Mondragon in Spain, which was established in 1950 by a Jesuit father. And it is still one of the largest cooperatives in the world. Even during the recession, during COVID, it has seen so many ups and downs. Mondragon still continues without a single day of strike in the organization. It's an extremely ideology-focused organization, but very successful. And they do a lot of interesting things. Just because we are talking about, say, biomass bank, in Mondragon you can have something like a time bank. So instead of payment, somebody can be paid by another person's time. So this seems to be very utopian, but if you think of an economic crisis when I can't pay salary, then maybe somebody can get a haircut from a barber who is part of the same cooperative. So this sort of rural transformation that we are talking about is extremely important, but I think we need to understand who is the farmer. Because when we talk about rural transformation, we also should acknowledge that the rural situation has not been very good. Particularly, I see a lot of youngsters in this room. Now, it might be quite difficult, I don't know, there are more knowledgeable people here, to see enthusiastic young rural farmers who really want to make this a livelihood. So we have been seeing a lot of migration from villages to cities because farming and staying there has not been aspirational. So what Amul and rural enterprise and rural entrepreneurship does is to tell them that actually you can have urban facilities and urban quality of life by being here. So in that sense, I think there are a lot of examples, but we need to understand that somewhere we have to make it cool, like we say, like make it cool for the community, particularly the young farming community, to look at this as something instead of coming to the city and working in a fringe activity and somehow, facing also a lot of discrimination. I can be in my village and I can do a startup, I can do an enterprise, I can give jobs. So this could be very transformational if we can position it that way. That's my view.
I think this is very, very interesting, and I am, as you were speaking, I was thinking of a couple of more questions to ask. So, this idea of a timeshare or a time bank, I think this is, very interesting indeed. Also, the idea of bringing in energy into the, the younger generation. And I don't think we have anybody here who's more suited to answer, explain that more, because you are the one who is not only working with the young generation, you're also shaping their minds, you're also shaping their thought process. So how do you think, we can create that same energy level into, let's say, the enterprises that we spoke of, like, Girish spoke, and how can more younger people participate in this and create examples in this space?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good question and possibly a little difficult question for me to answer, because, a lot of countries in the world are looking at this. But I want to give a very different type of an example from potatoes. So potatoes originally come from South America, where you have 4,000 varieties. And then slowly the colonizing countries brought it. One of the countries potatoes arrived was Ireland. So I was working in Ireland when I heard this story in a sort of similar event. So one type of potato was brought from, I think, Peru or Chile, I don't remember the name of the country, to Ireland, and obviously it was hugely popular. People made a lot of money. And then there was one year when there was a disease called the potato blight disease. The entire population of the potatoes was destroyed, along with the farming communities. So when, Mr. Bakshi or you reached out to me, somehow this example popped to my mind that what is the lesson for us? The lesson is, when you have 4,000 varieties of potatoes, and if there is an insect attack, some of those varieties will survive. The varieties which survive slowly develop the ability to withstand future attacks, because we are in a system there. Imagine 4,000 varieties, and some of them are developing this ability to withstand future attacks. This same disease happened also in Peru. In the same year, it happened in Ireland. And the same crop got destroyed. But not all the crops, not all the farmers. So coming back to your question, what I want to say is, when you think of farming or farmers, you have to think of the whole system. So energy can be an important block of that system, but it cannot be, if you look at only as energy, possibly there will be a system shock, which could be anything. Like yesterday there was a big shock globally. So there could be a system shock, and then it could be very difficult to sustain. So first you have to think of a systemic resilience, then you think of a individual component resilience. But if you just look at one of them, then it could be quite difficult. Because all of them, as Girish sir said, they work in some sort of a tandem. So you have a individual ecosystem, farmers, their own groups, their own friends, the village ecosystem, the organizations which work there, and obviously the political, social ecosystem. So if you don't understand the interrelation, if there is a shock, some of those actors or components will crash. So we have to keep this in mind when we are designing, when we are doing some work. For example, I can think of some work done by Nestle in Ethiopia using a framework called creating shared value. So they were not doing the conventional CSR like building a school, building a clinic, but actually teaching farmers that it is not just about growing coffee. It's about an improved quality of life, which means also multi-cropping, understanding irrigation, seed preservation, having a seed bank. And of course, because we are doing it, we are also gaining. So that approach is required, that shared value is just not, one to one or even one to many, but as a whole, how the ecosystem can develop.
Thank you so much. I think that's very, very interesting. So I'll pick up some of these points and, if I string it together, it comes to Prema. Because there will be a willingness to do something, there will be an enterprise which will be created, there will be energetic people who will come, but end of the day, the buck stops at the finance, money bags. And I have seen this space from, not just the periphery, but because being a part of this sector, I know that this is a space which till a few years back was very difficult for the finance guys to understand. And availability of credit, I mean, I'm not at a broad level also, if you see, credit is a key indicator of the health of the sector. How do you see the availability of credit playing a role here? Is it difficult? Is it easy? Do we understand this? Some more things to be done. So broadly, what do you think about, from a finance perspective? How is it that this sector can benefit, or how is it that this sector can be financed better?
First of all, thank you for having me. I hope I'm audible now on this. And congratulations on the 5 years
Thank
to
you,
all of
Prema.
y'all sitting here. But coming quickly to the point, you're right. I mean, availability of credit, availability of lending, availability of finance. And if we want any sector to become a mass sector, this is the requirement, this is the all that is needed, and we cannot take it away. In the recent past, we've also seen I've myself worked with some of those sectors like MSME sectors, which we've seen around 20-24% growth per annum. We've seen the renewables energy space, which is also growing at an 18% right now. Another closer to rural, if I have to go, I can see affordable housing, which has grown. So the creation of the product and the adaptability of the product is one of the first important things that we have to do. Taking example of affordable credit itself, we were talking about developing sustainable living options in tier 2, tier 3, and even some urban locations. The idea was to first have the need for it by the people who want to delve into such houses, who cannot afford directly. Then also came the need for somebody who's ready to construct such houses. Then there was a policy that was required, PMAY, which came in, and then PMAY Gramin, which came in, which talked specifically about this kind of product, what needs to be developed, how much has to be given, what is the tenor of the loan, who can avail it, what is the eligibility. So there is a whole line of thought process that has to be developed. And along with that came the whole scheme of financing. But if I come to new age sectors that we're talking about right now is biofuel, it is not completely there. And is it in the development stage? Definitely it is. And that's the reason why we're talking about it here, right? But if we say that, have we already understood what we want to do? No. And if I go back to my same example with BFC itself, I came and visited 2 years back, trying to form a product, interested to form a product, but we could not define the need or the adequate supply chain integration that we wanted. I'm so happy sitting here right now talking to some of you all and trying to understand that you've actually taken a journey forward. Where that point of time, I remember when we could not conclude that program with Suhas, one of the reasons was that we could not find the backward integration. And now I see a biomass bank. So I think there is a readiness that is already there. So if you ask me, is there availability of credit? Yes, there are nuances, because what as a financer we need is the market, B, the replicability of that market. because it cannot be just at a small project level, but it has to be at a product level defined, and I could go to the market with that. So I think that is one of the few needs. Availability of credit can only come with these two factors.
Thank you so much, Prima. I think that's very interesting. And while you have partly answered my next question, since you say that the sector is not fully ready as yet in terms of maybe the definition of the need, definition of the product, what are some of the other challenges that you see? Because see, there are on one side you do see policies from the government coming in terms of providing subsidies for farm equipment or in terms of providing easier credit. FPOs as a vehicle has been around, and FPOs do have access to the credit. But I'm not too sure how much of credit or how much of this sector actually contributes to that credit. I'm talking of primarily the unorganized sector. So what are some of the challenges that we need to probably address, which will then help this sector to avail the benefit of all of these policies and availability of credit and grow?
So Tushar, if I have to break this down, so what does a financier do? First, it needs data to understand that on what basis can they lend. Second, basis that data, build a credit model, right? Okay, that if somebody has stayed in this location for this much, is this credit score is this much, if they have taken and this is their repayment history over period, then there is a possibility of low default or low low losses. Because as a financier, we are coming here to support the impact and also have a return, expected return out of it, along with the impact mission attached to it. And if some of the project will fail, it will not help us to replicate that. So the idea has to have a sustainable solution. So data today is, I think today what we really need to work upon is to ensure there is enough data or digital data made available to people like us, financiers like us, who can use that, feed into the credit model and get an output. Basis this, we can know what is the right pricing that can be. It is not extravagantly helpful only for us, but it has a risk-based pricing attached to it. And coming back to what I was talking about, the replicability of this. I think today, with help of some of the institutions that is like BFC itself, where you've created a platform, some of these nuances are getting sorted. If there is a farmer, I do not know whether his interest in actually pursuing creating pellets is a hobby, or is it something that he wants to take this as an entrepreneur, as a potential earning? What is the amount of, or his capacity to supply? Whether there are enough markets who are ready to purchase from such. I think these are the nuances that we are getting from such platforms of yours, which is helping us to then, delve into markets, delve into products, and probably create products and then later.
Thank you very much, Prema. I think that's very, very encouraging to hear. And I'm sure this time around we will definitely find a way to create the product that we want to create, now that we have the setup of biomass banks functional, working, and we have examples of people actually wanting to grow further in this. So I'll take this conversation back to Girish. So Girish, we've been speaking of bioenergy as an area, but an allied area which is emerging is that of the organic manure or the soil nutrition, if we were so to call. And this is primarily because of the CBG sector, which is emerging as a very large sector, which is contributing to both the consumption of agro residue as well as the output, one of the outputs which is coming out as agro residue. So how do you think, and since Professor Ray also mentioned that, we cannot look at one sector in isolation. It has to be, multiple sectors in tandem. How do you think, this business of soil nutrition or organic manure play a role, in this entire space? Essentially, focusing on rural inclusive growth.
Thank you, Tushar. I think the point made by Professor Ray about the need to go multi-sectoral and not just have a single sector viewpoint in order to ensure resilience in the long term is very important. And from that angle, the manure production and taking it back to the farm, as well as looking at biomass bank as something not just part of bioenergy, but larger than that, is something which is very important. Number one is that we are talking about circular economy for a long time, and specific concrete examples how circular economy can really function. There are very few examples to come along. I think the conversion of biomass into sludge, as it happens in CBG plants, creates again a valuable product, which is important, valuable for the farmer, and it completes the whole loop by making it a circular economy possibility. So from that angle, I think it has a very important role to play. At the same time, another point I would like to point out is that, see, the biomass, as I said, the farmer produces the whole crop. He doesn't produce just the grain, he produces the straw. And he doesn't produce straw only for energy. He produces straw. And the straw can be used for many other purposes. So actually there can be various pathways that start from straw and end up creating value chains of their own. And that is something, Biomass Bank has the unique position of being at the central aggregation role where all the straw comes together, and then it could go to many other value chains. So that may happen in the future. Bioenergy may be a starting point, but that should not be missed out. That is number one. That creates probably a better resilience for an activity. One point I would like to respond to what Prema said is that data is important. But if you just go by data, it is a chicken and egg problem. How do you create the data? Otherwise, you end up, creating some hypothetical discussing about it and then rejecting it until a biomass bank is established. So now that it is established, it would create data. So one would really have to see, and maybe organizations like Caspian Fund can spend time on creating models which are not necessarily based on data, but you have to take a leap of faith and create something which is for the future. So I think, to come back to what you said, the FOM is an important part of the circular economy that can emerge, and it creates both value chain both ways. It creates on the supply side for the straw getting to a CBG plant, and then it creates a value chain again for the reverse logistics. So I think there is a lot of such possibilities that emerge when you look at biomass as a potential source.
Thank you so much, Girish. I think that was very interesting. So the carbon-rich organic manure that we speak of, we're talking of that as an organic manure or soil nutrition. But is there any other way also of looking at it which can probably benefit this sector better?
There is, and as you are aware, biochar is another route. I think, see, the soil quality has deteriorated like anything over the past 30, 40 years. And today, so the improvement of soil quality is the need. But just need doesn't make business. So the need has to become a demand. And because of the paucity of good nutrition into the soil and the increased cost of chemical nutrition, it is becoming important for the farmer to go back to organic manure as a purchased input. And therefore that creates a demand. And that's why it is possible. But the biomass, as I said, can have different pathways. And one of the pathways can be not just CBG, it can be biochar. And biochar production is very interesting because biochar has a value going back to soil. So it can become part of a circular economy. It can also become a input into something like an industry, like even steel production can use biochar. So biochar can have a pathway which is straight away going to a industry as a consumer, or it can have a circular pathway which goes back to the farm. So this is another example of like FOM, how biomass can be a source of creating a circular economy.
Thank you, Girish. So Prema, you mentioned about a product being there. I think Professor Ray spoke of, the multiplicity of objectives or applications to become an integral part of it. So if we then combine these two, we're talking of, agricultural residue, and then we're talking also of FOM, organic manure, or biochar. Do you think there is then an opportunity which you see to collectively look at these opportunities and provide credit to the FPOs or FPCs or farmer collectives in this space, so that this opportunity can be harnessed and growth created in this sector?
I think that is how each sector grows from scratch and then transforms into a larger product. Absolutely. What we need to work on is what we have to then focus on, right? So if I look at collectives of FPOs, and at Caspian, we have funded about 250 plus organizations, entities. But very sad to say that not even 2% of that number is FPOs. It's not that the idea that we did not try. It was, and specifically with government policy schemes, there were many available to us. But when we actually go down and try to see how many of them are professionally managed, we saw a challenge there. Absolutely right, Girish sir. There is a who should do what is the question. Whose role in the organization when the the sector is coming up is important. If I look at what challenges that we saw when we were trying to finance FPOs, and this was of course learning for many of them. I think there are more than 7,500 or 10,000, if I'm not wrong on that FPO numbers right now. 10,000 plus?
10,000 is the objective.
Yeah, right. Yeah. My data goes when I was doing this analysis was 7,500. So, but at that point of time, we found certain nuances, which I think, as people who have seen this industry would also resonate with, is that there was some gap with respect to management and governance of FPOs. And along with the members who were part of it. While they were able to create purchase, when it came to sale, sometimes it became a call of not doing it. I might be limited in my data, I might be limited in my ground experience also in this. But this is what we had seen. We had seen that the inconsistency, of data again, which then number of members, number of active members, number of people who are producing, what is your capital. When we started looking at the data, we were not drawing comfort whether I can lend to that FPO. Having said that, there are 2 FPOs that we have lent to, and we have lent to, 2 that I remember in particular, and we have, one is based out of Odisha and one is based out of Jharkhand. And we have been lending them for past 5 years in our 10 years of lifespan. Which means that we definitely draw comfort from them also. 2 is only the number that comes to my mind. I'm sure there are a couple of more. Interesting piece then what becomes is where and what structure do we need at this juncture? We definitely need policy intervention which is there. We definitely need some gap funding right now, where when there is a growing sector, then there are certain new experiments that are being carried on. Somebody who could use a grant money or subvention money and support this at this juncture and bring it to a little more scalable possibilities. Of course, there are technical assistance, TA funds. I know ADB has been trying to do this for real long. IFC has been trying to do this for real long, along with banks in the country. They've tried to do all this, subvention schemes. They have attempted to provide pure monetary requirement or capex building capabilities, but the models or the projects are small in this nature currently. But some of these are getting formed so that it is almost in the interjection point where it can now be adopted by banks who have the mandate because of PSL lending there. NBFCs of nature of Caspian were open to do some of those experiments through like we have some grants or TA funds, where international DFI specifically comes out with a project-based program, and then that program is then percolated through, because we don't have field presence, then through partners down again, and it could be guarantee backed or subvention scheme. We've done this for healthcare. We've also interested to do that for the energy space, and not just EV, which is the buzzword. But the whole idea is that yes, we, at a collective, it's just that the collectives have to come together and stick together longer to show that cohesiveness, so that the rest of us also, some examples that we have on the table, on the dais today, gives that strength, that there's a possibility of doing that. It's just that we have to see more examples of that, and I'm sure that, with some of these nuances, some of these ways of how you all are dealing with, like BFC is dealing with it, this is the inflection point of it will happen.
So Prema, just, if you could elaborate this a little more, because this is interesting that you say that, there have been not many FPOs which have been able to, or which you have found credit worthy, but those who are, they have a history now and a successful history. So what differentiates them, and what are some of the things that maybe could be guidelines or lessons for FPOs to then avail of this credit and become credit worthy in the long run?
Sure. So I'll just take one example of one of those FPOs that I've worked well enough with them. It's a cotton aggregator there. So what they have tried to solve is to have adequate members running continuously for them for a number of years, built a small capital for themselves, so that, of course, at Caspian we do collateral free loans, so that but that capital shows us that if in case of any nuance tomorrow can get sorted out. The FPO has also built the market linkage, not just the farmers who are giving it, but they've also got good contracts with mills who would take this, and these contracts are done preemptively. They've done beforehand. They're not just waiting for the season and the sale to happen. It is done much before in hand, so that they exactly know what is the amount of purchase. It's almost like a business plan that they have established for themselves. It's like they're running a full-fledged organization entity with the thought process of making profits and then passing the profit to the members. I think that thought process itself is one of the changing points that differentiates a good FPO from a FPO which is trying or attempting to become that.
Thank you so much, Prema. I think that's very, very useful. And I hope, some of our partners in our biomass banks watching us right now will probably, get certain ideas and certain, best practices which they can then put to use. So thank you so much, Prema. I'll come back to, Professor Ray, and some of the things that you mentioned. I think, I'm trying to put them in the context of the use of organic manure, because there's opportunity also, and there is sort of a push also. So you spoke about, system shock, and you also spoke about systemic resilience, plus the relationship, the interrelationship of, various sectors. So one of the examples which comes to my mind is the sudden push of organic manure across the country in one of our neighboring countries in Sri Lanka, and the kind of impact it had on the economy as a whole. So based on what we hear from Girish and Prema, and also Mishraji's examples, What do you think are the lessons for us? How do you think we can adopt this, widely and still avoid the kind of, systemic shock that we saw? Yeah. Last question. Thank you.
So that's the challenge, Anita, of asking professors to speak.
So I think it was on cue, right, Amita?
She knew that when the professor holds the mic, he doesn't want to let it go. But yeah, I mean, Sri Lanka is really a big case study of what I think is the challenge of speed. In general, we talk a lot about being fast, being agile in organization, in management. But both in sustainability studies and in management studies, if you take a very, very broad overview, a conclusion is emerging that the balance is best. So just to go back to, for example, manure, organic manure. I'm not an expert at all in this area, but what I sort of get a sense about after studying both the multinational products as well as these sort of locally made products, people are saying that either or may not be the right solution. Because that's what happened in Sri Lanka, I wanted to change the whole system overnight. And that sort of thing doesn't happen because it's a system. Because there are certain levers and certain balances. But that is not just a country. If you think of a company like Danone, which is one of the most respected sustainable focused company, the CEO was asked to leave because he could not provide the sort of returns shareholders expected. And his only fault was he said, I will have 100% organic natural supply chain. So the answer to this, I think, is a mixed method in every approach we take. And also something that, from a corporate world, somebody asked the CEO of Honda, because this whole concept of strategy and all mainly came from American management gurus and American companies, while Japanese companies were doing fairly well, but they were never advertising or creating theories out of it. So somebody asked the family head, the owner of Honda, that what do you think, sir, is strategy? And I still remember, I read possibly 20, 25 years back. He said, for me, strategy is just, making a plan maybe 1 quarter ahead of competition. So the key for me was the term 1 quarter. You don't want to have a world-changing 5-year plan, but just a little bit ahead, and then continuous adjustment of your strategies and processes. I think that is what is required.
Thank you so much. One of these days, I would love to take the opportunity of coming and attending some classes which you teach. So thank you so much. I think with this, we've covered the topic the way we wanted to cover. I would open this session for any questions, from the audience or any of our biomass bank partners. Yes, sir.
I mean, it's been probably 30, 40, 50 years since Amul, but there isn't a rural collective brand which has emerged out of India. We have a big example, but we've not been able to follow it successfully. I mean, if you look at, let's say, countries like Germany, it became an automobile capital of the world, not because there was one global brand, but because there were several such global brands. So what do you think, we could learn from success of Amul and inability of our country to have successor as big as that?
Thank you, sir. In fact, when I teach, I also tell my students, my vision is that they will go on and create a global brand. And you're absolutely right. When we travel, we don't see a Indian brand on the shelves of any store of let's say Europe or USA, barring some Dabur and Patanjali and Haldiram, bought again by the diaspora. So if you look at Amul, I think two things worked. One was having the leader they had, Dr. Kurian, and empowering that leader. So the dispensation at that point of time gave him a complete leeway on to do whatever he wanted to do. So having a great talent but also giving that person complete latitude is important. But in general, if you also say, apart from corporate India, the rural SHGs, we have many good SHGs, for example, they have not been able to build a brand. So brand building possibly requires a skill which we have not been sharing with this group of our population. How do you build that brand? But if you go, I mean, those of you who have traveled, even prison is made into a tourist spot. In most of the countries abroad, maybe a 50-year-old tourist prison, but they just put a board saying something happened there, somebody turned right on that day. And so this becomes a tourist spot. So this marketing and branding, I think overall we require a rethink how we do it.
Thank you so much, Professor Ray, and thank you so much. You've been a wonderful audience. Thank you for the experiences and the insights shared, Professor Ray, Girish, Prema, and Mishraji. Thank you.
I would like to take another moment. Thank you so much on behalf of all of us for taking out time today and share these wonderful insights with us. So friends, we saw that parallels were being drawn with a brand like Amul. We have rural partners who are ready to lead the change with us. We have finance partners who are more than looking forward to support us in this enterprise initiative. We have veterans here who've worked all their life in the rural space and who are here to help us go ahead in this. So with that, I think we are unstoppable. We would like to now present a small memento as a gesture of our appreciation to all of you. I request Tushar to please hand over the mementos. I now request Tushar to lead this panel to our control tower of Biomass Bank, where we would like to give a small demonstration of our Biomass Bank operations. And meanwhile, we all, the audience, the lovely audience here, we take a break. Our next panel will start sharp at 11:45. Till then, we can catch a quick coffee break upstairs in our canteen on the terrace. Thank you very much. Hello, hello everyone, welcome back. Requesting you all to kindly take your seats. We are getting ready to start our second panel discussion. Let's all be seated. If any of our colleagues, friends are still in the break, please ask them to be back. Those who have joined us online, just bear with us for a couple of moments. We are just getting settled to start our second panel discussion. All right then. So did we all have a refreshing break, everyone? All right, let's get started with our second interesting panel discussion here. This panel discussion is on solid biofuels and industrial green transition. So over the last decade, the green transition has motivated companies to look for alternative fuel choices and transition from coal to biofuels, facilitated by industries, technology companies, solution providers, and biofuel makers. So this panel will discuss the growth opportunities in this sector, the scale challenges, the technology framework required, and the role of e-commerce in the Indian B2B for the industrial green transition. So to get this started, let me invite on stage Suhas Bakshi, co-founder and chairman BiofuelCircle, who will moderate us through this discussion. I would now like to welcome and introduce our panel members of this panel discussion. I would like to call upon Mr. Vikas Upreti, strategic sourcing and renewable energy sourcing expert from HUL. He brings with him over 2 decades of experience in renewable energy and supply chain leadership. At Hindustan Unilever, Mr. Vikas plays a pivotal role in the company's decarbonization journey, forging long-term sustainability partnerships and championing adoption of biofuels for thermal needs. We welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Charan Singh Ahuja, Managing Director, PAL Fashions, an environmental advocate dedicated to biodiversity and ecological stewardship. With experience in rural market development, forest and lake conservation, and business leadership, his role in various initiatives aided the creation of over 300 man-made forests globally. Mr. Charan Singh also brought his passion for sustainability to BiofuelCircle, supporting rural enterprises and biomass trade. It's a pleasure, sir, to have you with us today. Next, I would like to call upon stage Ms. Khushbu Bhatia, Chief Executive Officer from Thermax On-Site Energy Solutions Limited. Ms. Khushbu has transformed TOSIL over the last few years under her leadership. TOSIL has seen a 6-fold growth, strengthened sustainable biomass procurement, and expanded into solar cogeneration and zero liquid discharge project under her direction. A champion of climate action and innovation in the clean energy space. We welcome you, ma'am, here. Next, I would like to introduce our panelist, Mr. Siddharth Lula, partner in Telecap. With over 16 years of experience across circular economy, climate action, and green finance, Mr. Siddharth has led cross-sector initiatives across Asia and Africa to unlock green investments, design sustainable transitions, and drive change through policy, finance, and enterprise engagement. We welcome you, sir. Next, we would like to call upon Mr. Pallav Harishbhai Chandrani from Pioneer Agro Industries. He owns a briquette and pellet manufacturing plant in Rajkot. He's been in this industry for over 3 years and with BiofuelCircle for 2 years now. Over the past 2 years, he has expanded. We've seen him expanding his business quickly and seamlessly. So we would like to hear more from you, sir. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Hardik Patel from Maruti Enterprise. Mr. Hardik is based out of Vadodara. He has been working in biocoal industry for the last 7 years and has been associated with us for the last 4 years. With his education in mechanical engineering, he has amassed 12 years of experience working with various MNC companies and now contributing to the green energy sector. So we welcome you on stage here. And once again, we have our beloved Professor Ray. For the benefit of this new panel, I would like to quickly reintroduce Professor Ray here. A globally recognized expert in sustainability and enterprise, brings over 30 years of experience across industry and academia. Professor Ray has taught in 27 countries, trained executives, and worked with global leaders to shape sustainable business future. So with that, I think we're good to get it started. I will hand it now over to Mr. Bakshi.
Hi, am I audible? Super. So good good afternoon. It's just about to be 12 o'clock, and I have a wonderful panel with me here. People who are actually making things happen in the green transition of industry from fossil fuels to green fuels. People who've evolved business models, people who have solved supply chain problems, people who've created scale at not only in their businesses, but around the places that they work. So we are really, really fortunate to have them here. I'm not going to speak much about the topic. I'm probably going to ask leading questions to them so that they are able to share their thoughts with you. Would love to start this conversation with Charan, who's been my friend since the time the journey at BiofuelCircle started. Charan, you've been probably one of the early advocates of transition from coal to biomass. I think you did it when most of the industry was not even thinking about it. And you've sustained that over last so many years. What has been the philosophy? What have been the challenges? And in addition to that, how have you solved tactical problems associated with this transition on a day-to-day basis? Would love to start the conversation with this question.
Hello everyone. Congratulations to Suhas and his team for a glorious 5 years and wishing you the very best going forward. So when we talk about our journey, we like to think that it's like necessity is the mother of invention. Financial crisis of 2008 was a time when we were forced to move from furnace oil to solid fuel. And our option was either coal or briquette. We chose briquette because we have a state-of-the-art manufacturing facility with Swiss embroidery machines, and we didn't want the coal dust and ash and all of that. Even the wet processing parameters like whiteness index would be affected if we had so much of soot going around in the plant. Now that was the reason this decision was made, but like Suhas said, it was quite a journey to find the solutions. So I went to Rajkot to probably get a machine and set it up in Tarapur, which was a non-starter. So a lot of such things along the way. But what I want to share with all of you is that for 17 years we've been able to successfully run this steam generator as well as thermic fluid heater without ever having to burn a single kilogram of coal. So that fossil fuel has been out of our system for all this while. And I think that should be very reassuring and give a lot of confidence. And we moved from sugarcane bagasse to groundnut shell, sawdust, whatever possible ways we could. Thermex was part of the journey because we got the briquette-fired boiler from them. Earlier we were associated with Thermex for the TP10, the thermic fluid heater. And that I also feel is important in terms of bringing the industry on board by providing good technical solutions. So together we are, able to make a difference. After this briquette decision, many other things came along in our sustainability journey that we could be the first company in India to be Greenco Gold certified in the textile sector in 2023. And last year we also got the Green Pro certification, which enables us to label our products, eco-label our products on the global network. So there are a lot of brands, like I was discussing with one of the panelists, who are looking forward to increasing exports from India for H&M, Target, and others, as long as you are in this, sustainable mode. Many which ways you can add up to that journey. BiofuelCircle, last 4 years, has been the backbone of our procurement, and I'm very confident that this is going to grow further. Suhas had confidence in me in giving the Thane and Palghar district for development, and we thought that we could, in terms of potential, definitely, we could also scale it up to be the largest briquette consuming district in the country. So looking forward to that going forward, Suhas.
Thank you so much. I think, one more thing that you should be aware of what Charan's company does is those of you who ever wear embroidered Indian garments, they are the largest embroidered garment manufacturer out of India. So whether it is Manyavar, whether it is anything else that comes your way, you can probably know that it has come through Pal Fashion's hands. Okay, so they're pretty big. Their factory in Palghar is something which is visited by global experts around the world, and we actually as a company learned a lot from the way. See, because in this industry, replaceability of coal with biomass, what is the efficiency? How many kgs should replace how many kgs of coal? How do you parameterize quality and price quality? A lot of these things that their in-house maintenance team has thought about went a long way in helping create a model as to how do you replicate a furnace environment in a field test kit for us. So some of you who will see the field test kit upstairs, a lot of inputs for that kit have come from the work that your team does. So thank you very much for that. And while we are discussing this, and here we've got a company which decided in 2008, driven by financial considerations, that biomass is the right route, went forward and have sustained it for a long period of time. I would like to shift the discussion to the other end of the spectrum, and companies who worked on technology, and not just technology but business models. Thermax is known for boilers, thermic fluid heaters, power plants, so on and so forth. Not many would have known directly that Thermax also is in energy as services business and green energy as services business. Khushbu leads that. Khushbu, it would be wonderful to know from you, how have you seen this industry shape, and how have you been supporting the transition for companies big and small, and where do you see their challenges and what opportunities do you see here?
Thank you, Suhas, and again congratulations for completing 5 years. When I took over TOSL in 2020, the first thing I asked was, is there a benchmark? Who do I compare myself to? And the answer was, there was no OEM technology provider giving services like utility as a service, right? Everybody wanted to do either EPC, or there were equity providers who wanted to come in, put the money, but their technology was somewhere else. So this became a very unique model. Hence, it came with its challenges also. We started small. When we took over, there were 8 plants. Today, we boast of 45 plants across the country, South Asia, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, and we've just grown strength to strength. I wish I could take all the credit for it, but no. I think the market norms also, like Charanji was mentioning, the fiscal responsibilities on manufacturers, the global responsibilities with ESG mandates have really transformed this market today. People who are looking into the future, looking at sustainability, but also with an arbitrage, right? Now, we've seen most companies deploy these models as trusting a technology player to provide the utility service while they invest the capital in their manufacturing process. So while I think the biggest challenge was when you were going to go green with existing plant setups, the capital investment was a big hurdle. TOSL didn't just take away that hurdle from a capital investment standpoint, but also the technology risk. As green technologies are evolving, we come in and say that we'll take the technology risk. And hence, we've become not just a supplier, but like an energy transition partner for our customers. We started with steam and heat, which is largely agro waste, boilers, heaters. And now we have seen the market develop into other utilities also. For example, water conservation technologies like zero liquid discharge. This has also opened a whole lot of other avenues like multi-utility OEM utility sourcing. So customers are putting up their plants wherein all the utilities are going to one provider. So it becomes like one-stop shop. And hence the efficiency comes in, right? As we develop and work on technologies, we can, through this life cycle operation, ensure that we are keeping the efficiency of these plants and then bringing in new technologies over life cycle. The other area that I've now recently seen is in industrial parks. Now, emerging industrial parks are looking at shared utility services. Earlier, as you know, the effluent plants in these energy, in the infrastructure parks were common. But now they are looking at shared utilities across steam and heat also on a built-own-operate mechanism so that the industrial park owner can provide these to their customers. So I think a lot of development has happened, and I think more has to come.
So that's so nice to know. I think the entire journey starting with solving a problem of capital which is required for green transition, and then bundling services which are not just energy, but almost everything which is going to mean clean and green, and scaling it in a direction whereby it could become a utility in an area rather than just a company. So I think that's really, really very nice. There's one thing which I would leave as a thought in your head and actually pivot that question to Vikas, is while green appears great, if green is not economical, it's not adopted. Okay, that seems to be, look, it's common sense. We need to protect the environment, but it's also common sense that you can't cause a disruption like Professor Ray was talking about. You need to really be in a position to make sure there is no system shock. Now, the system shock that something like coal, would have is not going to be tolerated in a manner where there isn't a equal and opposite reaction. So we've seen decisions taken by customers a lot of times hinge on what's the price of coal, what's the price of biomass, and does it make sense for me to use green or to use cheap? Okay. Now this is where companies like HUL have a very different mandate. The mandate has got executed not just by blindly going green, but by making sure that structures are created to make sure that green is also economical in a long run. So would you like to share some thoughts on this topic, Vikas?
Yeah, thanks, Suhas. First of all, congratulations to you and entire BiofuelCircle team for celebrating 5th year anniversary and many to come. Yeah, and second is like, yeah, so just to, before touching upon the exact thing, so we have a good relations with BiofuelCircle for now more than 3 years maybe, and we are evaluating many other things, and that's what is the industry and market is going, and nobody's at this moment considering the MNCs are settling down what they are consuming as a fuel currently, be it like solid biomass, or biofuel, or coal. They are continuously evaluating how they can become better in their current consumption and fuel, and what would be the next and futuristic fuel for them. So as of now, generally we understand this biomass, solid biofuel is like transition fuel, but we don't have any other options currently other than this solid biofuel who are countering the coal in current environment. So definitely, like Charanji mentioned, is like there were organizations who transitioned long back into from coal to the greener fuel. But sometime it's very situational or based on the market dynamics, corporates are turning out into the green fuels.
And it could be like commercial reason, it could be technical, or it could be some other reason, like little bit Charanji also mentioned is like because of the ash content or something, particles would not impact their product. And that's also one of the reason to switching into the biomass. And those kind of like food industries, they are like, they can't continuously consume the coal, and they have to go for a biomass kind of option where their entire process could be immune from any external particles, etc., foreign matters. So, so there are multiple reasons, but definitely the commercial reasons is one of the, like we were discussing during the break also for CBG possibilities. Same is goes for biomass. But what we have seen in recent past, especially in last 3-4 years after the Russia-Ukraine invasion, we have seen very disruption kind of in the market for the biomass, where the coal price went high and all the opportunist consumers convert into the biomass because they were seeing the biomass is the better commercial viability kind of a product. And result is like biomass is also becoming parity of the coal gradually. And whomsoever were the existing consumer getting difficult because their baseline is getting increased. And that's the testing time for the any corporates or industry, whether they still stick on their norms or their ambition to be greener fuel, or they want to become again opportunist like suppliers or maybe a market like to again switch back to the coal and grab the opportunity. So I think there lots of industry, not only MNCs, but even in Indian industries are very clear. Once they switched, they don't want to go back. And people like Khushbuji are helping them for their technological support, how their backend can be more adaptable for the biomass or biofuel and go forward. So this is what I can say.
Thank you. I think, the last part of it, which is, the opportunistic transition and how do you end up making sure that that opportunistic transition does not become a fashion or a cycle. I would probably pose a question from there and pose it to the two companies that we have here who are on the briquette supply side. Okay, expectation of a customer that the price should be steady and the price should be comparable is a reason why they convert. I mean, if somebody like HUL makes a report saying, I am moving, then there is a long-term 5-year plan which somebody submits and says, okay, we are going to probably have a saving like this, or if you're not going to have a saving like this, a higher cost by so much, and general framework is approved. The challenges that briquette manufacturing companies face is the instability in the entire supply chain starting from the farm itself. There is a seasonality, there is an unorganized nature of business, there are issues that these businesses are located in the rural side of the country. So I'm going to have a series of questions asked to you, but before that, I think Pallab Bhai and Hardik Bhai, both of you, if you could introduce you and your businesses for the benefit of not just people who have gathered here, but also for people who are watching you online, as to what's your company, what's the genesis of it, and how have you grown to what you currently do? I think that will be very nice, starting with you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. My name is हार्दिक कानानी. लास्ट 15 साल से हम ये बिजनेस में जुड़े हुए हैं अभी, और लास्ट 3.5 ईयर से हम बायोफ्यूल से भी जुड़े हुए हैं. तो हमारा जर्नी जेगुआर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग था हमारा. तो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में से जो वेस्ट निकलता था, तो वेस्ट का भी हमारे पास चैलेंज था कि वेस्ट कहाँ पे हम करें. और दूसरा भी देखा तो ब्रिकेट जो यूज़ कर रहे हैं उसका भी चैलेंज था कि हम कहाँ से लें. तो हमने वो उसका वेस्ट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में लिया, और दूसरा भी जो वेस्ट निकलता था वो सब मिला के एक ब्रिकेट बनाया 15 साल पहले. और वो में चैलेंजिंग हमारा सप्लायर था, ट्रांसपोर्ट सप्लाई भी थी, और जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग से जो यूज़र था, यूज़र तक पहुंचाने का भी एक चैलेंजिंग था. तो वो हमने पहले ट्राई लिया, तब हमने पता चला कि यहाँ पे कौन कौन से कॉमोडिटी यूज़ हो रही है। तब पहले हमने बगास से शुरू किया था, तब वहाँ पे बहुत प्रॉब्लम आया पहले। बाद में ट्रांजैक्शन है उसको वहाँ पे चलाने में जो जो कम्युनिटी अलग अलग सी होती थी, तो वो पहले किया। बाद में अभी जो प्राइसेस का है सर, जो फ्लक्चुएशन है, तो उसके लिए एक तो जो लोकल मटेरियल है, जो अभी कम्युनिटी है अलग अलग जगह पे अलग अलग यूज़ हो रही है और अलग अलग वहाँ से प्रोडक्शन निकल रहा है। तो जो वहाँ पे बॉयलर है या तो जो भी मशीन है, तो वहाँ पे ऐसा हो सके कि जो मशीन हर कम्युनिटी की यूज़ हो सके वहाँ पे, लाइक सोडस, ग्राउंडनट, एग्रो, कोई भी मशीन यूज़ हो सके, तो लोकल वेस्ट निकल रहा है उसका यूज़ वहाँ पे ही हो सके, तो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन का बेनिफिट वहाँ पे मिले, तो इसलिए प्राइसिंग का जो फ्लक्चुएशन है वहाँ से कम हो सके, ऐसा है।
लोकल बायोमास यूज करेंगे तो फिर प्राइसिंग फ्लक्चुएशन हैंडल कर
हाँ,
सकेंगे।
वो इसमें सर रॉ मटेरियल का तो कॉस्टिंग है ही, और सबसे ज़्यादा 30% जितना जो कॉस्टिंग है वो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन में चला जाता है, इसलिए ट्रांसपोर्टेशन कम होगा तो डेफिनेटली कॉस्टिंग प्राइस लेवल हो सकता है सर।
पल्लव भाई आपका क्या है?
Hello, my name is Pallav Chandrani. I am from Pioneer Agro Industries, Rajkot, Gujarat. I accidentally started this business. Like I invested 5 CR rupees to the business, and I don't know anything about this business. Like I take over the business. So when I started, like I don't know anything. Like who is the customer? Like who is buyer, seller? I don't have any platform. Before 3 years, I started this. And now after 1 year I started journey with BiofuelCircle, and I have boost up in my business. Like I have seller then, and till the time I managed to have procurement sources, like from where I got all this raw material. So बोलते हैं ना कि जब ज़रूरत है और आप ये बैकग्राउंड से नहीं आते हो तो कुछ ना कुछ इन्वेंशन तो कर ही देते हैं, मतलब तो मेरे साथ भी यही हुआ कि कुछ नहीं आइडिया था, कुछ पता भी नहीं था कि क्या करना है, क्योंकि मैं कंस्ट्रक्शन ही करता था, बिल्डिंग्स वगैरह, तो टोटली लाइन चेंज हो गया। तो फिर मैंने स्टार्ट किया, फिर धीमे धीमे उसमें देखा कि चलो कैसे वर्क करना है, क्या करना है, तो पता चला कि रॉ मटेरियल तो मिल रहा है, लेकिन प्राइसिंग फैक्टर क्या ट्रांसपोर्टेशन से ज़्यादा लग रहा है। तो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन में हमने कुछ इनोवेशन किया कि चलो वो लेबर के थ्रू हम जो मटेरियल प्रोक्योर कर रहे हैं उसकी अलावा टेक्नोलॉजी यूज़ करते हैं, तो थोड़ा उससे कुछ कम हुआ। तो मार्केट में जो भी हम प्राइस पे कोट कर रहे हैं वो तो दूसरी कंपनीज नहीं दे रही है, तो वी आर ओनली सिंगल प्लेयर इन आर रीजन, लाइक वी आर डूइंग दिस। तो वो एक कुछ चेंज हुआ। फिर हमें पता है थ्रू आउट द ईयर रॉ मटेरियल मिल रहा है, लेकिन लेबर्स ज़्यादा लग रहे हैं। 87 का भी स्टाफ हो गया 3 साल के अंदर हमारे पास अभी, तो 87 पीपल, और सब अनऑर्गेनाइज फॉर्म से आते हैं, सब ग्रांड लेवल पीपल है। लाइक हियर वी आर ऑल गुड ब्रेन पीपल हैं, उधर सब पूरा अनएजुकेटेड पीपल्स के साथ हमें काम करना रहता है। तो लेबर चले जाते हैं तो हमारा सप्लाई रुक जाता है, तो हम पूरा अभी प्लांट ऑटोमेशन पे लगा रहे हैं कि चलो ऑटोमेशन पे प्लांट जाएगा तो कुछ उसमें दिक्कत कम आएगी और प्रोडक्शन कॉस्ट भी कम हो जाएगा। 24 आवर्स प्लांट चलाना है अभी, तो प्रोडक्शन कॉस्ट कैसे कम हो, तो उस हिसाब से हम सप्लाई भी इजीली कर सकेंगे। तो ये 2-3 चैलेंज ऐसा हो गया। फिर वर्किंग कैपिटल के लिए कुछ दिक्कत आ रहा है कि चलो रॉ मटेरियल प्रोक्योर करेंगे तो कैश इज़ द किंग इन एनी बिजनेस। तो अगर फार्मर्स को कैश नहीं मिल रहा है ऑन टाइम तो हमें रॉ मटेरियल नहीं देगा, वो जला देगा लेकिन हमें नहीं देगा। तो हमें क्या करना पड़ता है, उनको वर्किंग कैपिटल देना रहता है। तो कंपनी जैसे एक साथ माल नहीं उठाएगी कि चलो मैं एक साथ 500 टन ले लूँ, ऐसा कोई कंपनी नहीं करेगी। तो हमें उसके लिए फिट स्टॉक करना पड़ता है। तो स्टॉकिंग के लिए हमें वर्किंग कैपिटल लगता है, उसमें से कुछ वर्किंग कैपिटल ड्यू टू सीजनल कुछ बिगड़ जाता है, कुछ ये वो, तो उसके वजह से भी दिक्कत आता है। एग्री वेस्ट जो भी रेसिड्यूज अभी अवेलेबल है अपने पास, वो इंडिया में एक भी कोई भी ऐसा मटेरियल नहीं होगा जो उसको बीट कर रहे, क्योंकि एग्री रेसिड्यूज ही है जिसको हम ग्रीन चैनल में कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं। तो मटेरियल भी है, उनको कन्वर्ट करने वाले बंदे नहीं है, क्योंकि अभी राजकोट से हम भेजेंगे इंदौर फॉर एग्जांपल, तो ट्रांजैक्शन कितना, ट्रांसपोर्ट का खर्चा आ जाएगा। अगर दिल्ली को सप्लाई करे तो दिल्ली में भी ये नीड तो है ही, मटेरियल का डिमांड तो एवरग्रीन रहने वाला है, लेकिन जो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन का गैप है वो सबसे बड़ा दिक्कत आ रहा है। मतलब
Thank you. So I think the stories that we have from two of our biomass processing partners are similar and different. Somebody who started finding a solution to the problem which was presented, and somebody looked at it as an investment opportunity. But the problems are similar. The problems essentially are structural in nature. And Siddharth, this is where I would like to come to you to, try and understand your perspective. I mean, you as a company are helping textile industry transition to greener fuels because of the CBT related issues that they would face in their business. So when you are seeing the lay of the land here, that there are technology companies with solutions and business model. There are customers who are willing to buy biomass or biofuel, but sometimes it does not make economic sense. Then you've got a set of manufacturers who have their challenges of scale, which because this has to be decentralized business, challenges of transportation, and challenges of raw material. And then you want to create a scale. Okay, so if you have to put all of that and provide your perspective on the way you see this structure, how do you see it?
Sure, thank you so much, Suhas. Firstly, a big congratulations, 5 years. And, I must mention when I met up with you and Tushar, a few months back, your energy and passion was extremely inspiring. And, wish you and your entire team the best for the future as well. This question, thank you so much for this. It's a very interesting one. And in a way, I think I've got to summarize some of the answers that have come in. And that's also the role that I play in a way, because at IntelliCap, we are more of an ecosystem enabler. I'm part of the decarbonization team, and my role largely is to work with textile brands at one level, help them in their decarbonization journey, which is across energy, water, chemicals, whatever it takes to help them achieve their net zero targets. And then at the same level, also working with some of the larger global multilaterals like a European Union, GIZ, to create these large-scale ecosystem programs where we're working with different industry clusters or supply chains to reduce their carbon footprint. And here, when it comes to challenges, I would say there are two challenges largely, or if I had to sort of bucket it in terms of structure and tactical challenges. Structurally, I would say that it's a bit of a chicken and egg situation to the extent that one, because of the policy requirement to transition away from coal, there is a big requirement to adopt biomass and other sources currently. But structurally, every time we look at helping a specific industry to transition, there is a lack of feedstock availability, and that's where the entire process of your feasibility studies come in, where it's important to understand in the regions, what are some of the feedstocks available, and will it be available 24/7? Wherein that's the kind of role that companies like you all play to help that available, help that feedstock come in on a seamless level. Second is, once we also have an assured feedstock, and once you've done your studies, then getting a assured offtake agreement, because even today, when we are dealing with a lot of tier 1 suppliers, we do realize that they're not willing to give offtake commitments because they're not really sure if they'll be able to get the feedstock in spite of the studies happening. So that's another structural challenge that we see. Third, I think again, given the newness of this nature, of this solution space, there is also a lack of long-term policy clarity and certainty. Because one is even from a government perspective, they are trying to figure out the space as of now. And secondly, even from a long-term perspective, from a brand standpoint, in the conversations that we have with a lot of corporates, while yes, we are transitioning out of coal, but we're not sure what that ultimate feedstock is going to be, or is it going to be LNG? Is it going to be something else? So these conversations are going on, which I think make our role as an ecosystem enabler and also your role as a solution provider, quite challenging and at the same time very interesting as well. Tactically, and I think these are some of the points which have come in this conversation. Plus, it's some of the conversations that we also had recently, wherein you mentioned the cost part of it. So from a transaction perspective, given the fragmented nature, it is difficult to get the pricing down. That becomes a challenge in the space currently. Secondly, and this is something which was very interesting for me in my discussions with Tushar, where we had gone for a field visit, wherein even forget SMEs and the smaller manufacturers, even from a larger manufacturer perspective, their awareness whether I should get into briquetting, I should get into pelletization, these things are not yet clear. That education is important, and that also the opportunity gap which companies like BiofuelCircle can, fulfill. And, lastly, I would say that, and, very important, this is sort of the role that, some of our organizations are playing, is that, from a commercial lender perspective also, the ability to invest in some solutions. So there is a limited appetite, the catalytic pools are supporting at this point in time, but from a commercial lender perspective, awareness is still being created in terms of what can be done and, what are the things to avoid.
That's a wonderful summary of the way you see the structure, and I'm going to go to Professor Ray in the end for concluding remarks. So we're going to have an expert discussion around the way from our vantage point, what do we see as a lay of land and solutions that we are working on, and that's the reason I want to go back to Khushbu, taking one of the cues. Taking a cue from one of the things that Siddharth said, and that is around very few people have this understanding of what solid biofuel. Is it briquette? Is it pellet? There is also now a new animal called torrefied pellets. And a lot of places the technologies are relatively unproven. A lot of places the financial viabilities are still question mark. So on one hand, there is a demand which seems to be pretty big. On the other hand, the technology and the actual product still seems to be way below what is required to substitute something like coal. How do you see this?
So, given that we have alternative solutions like briquettes, pellets, and torrefied, I think is a good sign. So it's an evolving market, and it's a good sign that we have alternatives. In our view, I don't think there's one winner takes all. So it's largely dependent on applications. It's largely dependent on what your supplier partners said, localization, decentralization, right? If we take briquettes, today India will be manufacturing, 50 million tons a year. The potential or the demand exists for 200 million tons a year, right? So there is so much demand. The question would be, can we aggregate and process to that scale, right? Pellets, of course, a tad bit more expensive, but when it comes to transportations, are a better form, right? So depending on long distances, etc., pellets are being utilized despite a little bit more from an economic standpoint. Torrefication, I said, still evolving, still behind on the cost curve. So I think that is a technology that we need to watch out for. But largely, I would say even loose fuels now. Today, we are looking at bio-CNG plants where we are looking at bales to be consumed. I think technology innovation is going to play a bigger part in which, where we can use such diversified fuels, right? Diversified not just from a process standpoint, but diversified from a local standpoint. We'll have groundnut shell, sawdust. Then we have also got coal and other solid fuels. I think that's where a technology player like Thermax comes in. Today we have a flexi-source boiler that can combust 1400 to 4500 GCV fuels, that range, right? While they can combust coal, loose fuels, and processing fuels, my mandate is green, so I stay away from coal. But given that we have a solution that can combust such a varied nature of fuel with varied GCVs, is a step in the right direction. So I would again say it's a good sign, but it'll be application specific and region specific.
Thank you. And I think the last point that you said about a boiler or technology that can handle the entire spectrum of fuels available, that makes life of industry a little easier. So just moving to Charan here, Charan, you've seen your brotherhood in the industry, sometimes taking a decision to move on, go to biomass, sometimes not moving on. Then, Vikas was hinting that there is always that opportunistic behavior which says, "Abhi to coal sasta ho gaya hai," and but there is always a transition in terms of you have to make investment in a boiler or a heater. You have to make investment in the fuel handling system. You have to make investment in the storage areas. You have to probably have little different type of people. And then there is not just large companies like HUL, who would do it through a mandate and a large budget, but the significantly large number of industries in India are medium and small scale companies. So how do you see, the medium and small scale industry looking at this as an opportunity and a challenge both?
We ourselves as a medium enterprise are in the process of creating a lot of awareness around us. As far as getting the push is concerned, I believe that large corporations, large companies will play a major role in getting their supply chain more green. And that's also a necessity as far as most of these larger companies are concerned. And they would be the engine of moving this forward. Having said that, obviously government policies would play a great role. Everyone in the supply chain. So what I'm seeing here is basically we are discussing the vision of Suhas and Ashwin. And all of us are stumbling and finding way of making it happen. So if you are able to also push the envelope with the government policies, that could speed up this whole process in a big way. It is absolutely necessary that every stakeholder benefits from the process. And most of all, Girish ji sitting here should come and tell us that the rural economy, farmer is doubling their income in some way. So I think everybody stands to gain. And we are having a road show in Tarapur next month on 10th with BiofuelCircle. We'll be reaching out to more than 1,000 MSMEs through our associations. And this will definitely bring in a impetus in the way in which things are going. But wondering that if 200 million is the demand and the supply is 50 million, then if we raise the demand, then where is the supply going to come from? So technology is very crucial, even in terms of aggregating and ensuring that we are able to meet a large part of the demand.
So just a follow-on question. This is not the first time you've put yourself in a lead position, leading the green charge. I've visited with you Palghar as an industrial area. We've seen the work that you've done with the sea there. We've seen the work that you've done with the Miyawaki forest there. So you are essentially the champion of local green. What are the learnings that you have from the other two projects that you carried out? And which amongst them do you think will play a big role in making this transition possible, let's say in your district, if we have to achieve it?
So this is a mixed basket, I see that my daughters, they value 4 years of my work in the greening process than they value 40 years of my industrial work. And I know that, so many bright faces sitting here. Our kids are going to hear कि इसकी कमीज मेरी कमीज से हरी क्यों है? Is no longer सफेद क्यों है? So going blue, going green is the only way forward for the industry, for the country, all of us. We got fortunately, we started the Miyawaki forestation in Tarapur on a dumping ground, chemical dumping ground. For 30 years, people were dumping chemicals out there. And we planted the Miyawaki forest in 2016, 2017. We got the Vasundhara Award. And that also turned to be a game changer. Recently, HDFC Bank has planted 114,000 trees on the Namapur seashore, which we call the largest restoration, ecological restoration project, because that's a place the industry was discharging their treated wastewater for 4 decades and more. So it's been a beautiful journey. What you can do within your fence is pretty limited, but there's a lot more that you can do beyond the fence, and it doesn't necessarily cost a lot of money. We took up a small pond, Shri Krishna Talab in Tarapur village, uh, without knowledge, without understanding. Within a couple of months, it uh, turned into a 50-acre man-made lake, the largest in Palghar district. So we call it Sri Krishna Sarovar now. And I would invite all of you. I would tell Suhas to probably, arrange a few buses and bring you all to see that. So most welcome. This is all going to go in the right direction. There's no other way to go.
I think the visit to the Sarovar for me, a personally uplifting kind of an experience. And, so what can industrial community do together? It's an example of that. And, a lot of times you keep on hearing only negatives about what does the industrial community do together. But I think what I saw in Palghar and Tarapur were clearly examples of doing well by doing good. So, I think that was where my dialogue with Charan with respect to saying, how do we get the industry to move to non-fossil fuels in this area, kind of gathered momentum. And, I'm just bringing this dialogue now to you, Vikas, because, companies like HUL look at things this very structurally. You would say, I have a global mandate to shift, to reduce my scope 1 emissions. I have a global mandate to work only with those suppliers who have turned green. So you work on your supply chain in a very, very systematic manner around the world. The conversations that I've had with your colleagues in your headquarters makes me believe that the whole company around the world is pushing for an agenda which is not short term, it's long term. So how does that mindset get created in an organization? And what thoughts would you want to leave with this group, more from an awareness perspective?
Yeah, thanks, Suhas. I think this is very pertaining questions for the industry specific, because when you see the larger picture, so not only the MNCs, but even the Indian corporates and industries, they are keeping a long-term vision for the sustainability. And nowadays is like ESG, etc. Also, some kind of mandates are there from SEBI as well. So, and you have to report your green attributes and your carbon footprint both to various public forums. So, especially for corporates which are public listed. So, entire industry split the entire emissions. So, we are talking about the how we can become green. Green means is like how we can reduce our emissions, and or we can convert our carbon emission to the greener ones. So those entire emissions we split into the scope 1, 2, and 3. And there, whatever the direct control, whatever the organizations emit from their operations comes under the scope 1. But there is larger chain for entire emissions in the entire value chain, which comes from the scope 3. And scope 3 is comes from your whatever you have purchased goods and services, your transportation for, like it also splits into the upstream and downstream, and whatever you are buying for making your goods, or whatever you are emitting as emissions from your distributing or selling products from your side. So the entire value chain comes under the scope 3, the extended one, the upstream and downstream. And to counter that measures are bigger ones, and it needs time. So that's why you would have seen is like many industries and organizations where they are keeping a long-term targets to become net zero. Like actual Unilever, we have set a target of 2039 to become the net zero. India has a set a target of become net zero by 2070. So such like that, other corporates also basis on their baseline calculation, because nowadays it's like everything is becoming very scientific. There is a SBTi mechanism to measure your current reporting, current your carbon footprint, and again set the scientific based targets for you. And industries are going on that path. They are creating a glide path, like how they will reach there, and how each year they will reduce their carbon footprint year on year. Not only for scope 1, but largely on scope 3. Because scope 1 is still industries can manage by their own initiatives, or if they have good balance sheet by some on-cost models as well. But there are like extended value chain where on-cost model will not work, where the industry has to be like giving the competitive advantage based on the whatever the options available, plus all the technical compatibility with the current users. So those kind of measures, if we do, I think we are going towards that direction kind of.
Thank you. So, I have, just coming from here, a common question for both Pallav bhai and Hardik bhai, which is, we heard that this growth in the industry may demand you to make far bigger investment than what you've currently done. So maybe, if you go by Khushbu's question, maybe the business will become 4 times the current business in next few years' time. If you go by some other calculations, business could become 10 times what the business is right now. So as a businessman who's invested 5 crore a couple of years back and you started the business 15 years back, how do you see this? आप इसको कैसा shape करेंगे and how will you create businesses which will become reliable businesses for the HULs and the PALs and the Thermaxes of the world?
अभी ये बिजनेस को 10x आप बोले जैसे सर डबल ग्रोथ करना है, तो एक तो टेक्नोलॉजी में हमारे जो मशीन है वहाँ पे डिज़ाइन चेंज करेंगे कि जहाँ पे अभी जो प्रॉब्लम है हमारी कॉस्टिंग में मैन पावर का है, जैसे पल्लव भाई ने बोला मैन पावर का दिक्कत ज़्यादा है, तो हम टेक्नोलॉजी लाए कि जहाँ पे मैन पावर ही कम हो जाए। और प्रोडक्शन अभी देखोगे तो ऊपर कन्वेयर जो मशीन होता है मशीन में, तो वहाँ पे हमने टेक्नोलॉजी लगाई है कि वहाँ पे मैन पावर ही नहीं चाहिए। एक बार वहाँ पे इनलेट कर दिया तो वो ऑटोमेटिक कवरेज करके वहाँ से सेग्रीगेट भी कर लेगा और वो मशीन में सप्लाई पहुँचा देगा। तो वो करने के बाद हमारा एक मशीन अभी हमने इंस्टॉलेशन किया है, तो वहाँ पे अभी पर ओवर्स 1 आवर्स में अभी 1 टन प्रोडक्शन पहले निकलता था जो मैन पावर यूज़ कर रहे थे, तो अभी वो हम 1.5 मेट्रिक टन वहाँ पे प्रोडक्शन निकाल रहे हैं। तो टेक्नोलॉजी एक तो हो गई, दूसरा है हमारे पास जो सोर्स है रॉ मटेरियल का। तो रॉ मटेरियल स्टोरेज बोला, जैसे हमको पूरे साल का स्टोरेज बहुत शॉर्ट टाइम में हमको कलेक्शन करना पड़ता है, तो वो शॉर्ट टाइम में हम कलेक्शन कैसे करें और उसका हमको बेनिफिट मिले कि जैसे कि अभी कोई योजना ऐसा हो जाए कि धिराण योजना गवर्नमेंट को जैसे खेडूत को मिल रही है गवर्नमेंट योजना, तो हमको भी ऐसा कुछ मिले कि वो स्टॉक किया है उसका हमको बेनिफिट मिले कि पूरे साल का स्टॉक जल्दी कर पाए, उसको खेडूत को पैसा भी जल्दी पहुंचाए हम। तो वो भी दो ही मतलब मेन है, मैन पावर और ये रॉ मटेरियल, तो 2 में फ़ायदा करेंगे तो डबल प्रोडक्शन अभी चालू होगा। और एक मशीन कर दिया है, दूसरा हमारा लाइन पे, तो दूसरा टोटल 6 मशीन है हमारे पास, तो हम डायरेक्ट 2 गुना प्रोडक्शन कर पाएंगे, कर सकेंगे।
पल्लव भाई आपका क्या थॉट है?
इसमें अगर हम इमोशनल अटैचमेंट बिजनेस के साथ में अगर करें कि सब कंपनीज ESG मेंटेन कर रही है, अभी नाउअडेज CSR एक्टिविटीज़ कर रही है, लैक्स ऑफ करोड़ ऑफ रुपीज़ इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, तो अगर कंपनी उस हिसाब से सोचे कि चलो 6-6.5 रुपये पर केजी का जो मटेरियल मिल रहा है वो अगर 7 में भी मिले तो फार्मर को जा रहा है, तो वो CSR उनको ढूंढना नहीं पड़ेगा, वो ऑटोमेटिक हो रहा है और जिस बंदे को ज़रूरत है उधर जा रहा है। मैन्युफैक्चर इतना गेन नहीं कर सकते। अगर एज अ मैन्युफैक्चर आई वुड लाइक टू अर्न एक्स्ट्रा मनी, आई कांट, बिकॉज मेरे कॉम्पिटिटर्स रहेंगे। तो अल्टीमेटली जो भी कंपनी CSR एक्टिविटीज़ कर रही है वो प्राइस के लिए लिटिल बिट निगोशिएशन कर रहे हैं कि नहीं चलो 6 रुपये में नहीं देना है, 6.5 रुपये में देना है, 7 रुपये में देना, तो अल्टीमेटली फार्मर को ही पैसा कट रहा है। तो वो हिसाब से अगर सोचे कि नहीं चलो ये इसको हम ऐसे सोचे कि वो पैसा GDP बढ़ाने में भी अल्टीमेटली जा रहा है, तो ये प्रॉब्लम ऑटोमेटिक सोल्व हो जाएगा। तो हम भी ज़्यादा रॉ मटेरियल प्रोक्योर कर पाएंगे, हम भी ज़्यादा इन हाउस फैसिलिटी रखेंगे। अभी जितने भी मैन्युफैक्चरर्स है सबका रॉ मटेरियल स्टॉक ओपन में ही रहता है, तो सीजनल असर भी रहता है, तो हमारे पास पैसा कमाएगा तो हम एक्स्ट्रा फैसिलिटीज़ नहीं डालेंगे। अभी तो फैसिलिटीज़ है भी, तो कंपनीज इस हिसाब से सोचे अगर कि चलो ऐसे करना है, क्योंकि 250 बिलियन का अभी हमारा इंपोर्ट है अगर डीजल, तो डीजल के लिए तो हम निगोशिएट नहीं करते कि 80 रुपीज़ हो गया, 90 हो गया, 100 रुपीज़ हो गया, तो भी हम अपनी मर्सिडीज़ में तो वही डालते हैं, तो उसमें क्यों निगोशिएट नहीं करते? तो उस हिसाब से इसके लिए क्यों निगोशिएशन होता है कि चलो 6 रुपये हो गया, 6.5 हो गया, 7 हो गया। पेलेट प्रोडक्शन 7.5 में परवड़ता है कि चलो ठीक है, बायोमास का अगर बात करें तो नहीं परवड़ता है। तो ऐसे क्यों होता है कि ये अपना माइंडसेट है। तो उस हिसाब से अगर सोचे तो पूरा जीडीपी के लिए सबसे ज़्यादा कंट्रीब्यूशन इसी से आने वाला है, और इसी के लिए सब ऐसे बोलते हैं कि चलो इसको बाईपास कर दो, बाईपास कर दो। तो ये चीज़ मेरा एक है कि इसके लिए निगोशिएशन नहीं होना चाहिए। वो निगोशिएशन इंडस्ट्री के साथ में नहीं हो रहा है, वो फार्मर के साथ में ही हो रहा है।
अगर आपने रियलाइज़ किया तो मैंने अपने जो बात में भी यही रखा कि सब स्टेक होल्डर्स को मिलना चाहिए। और गिरीश जी 50 साल से ज़्यादा इस चीज़ पे काम कर रहे हैं कि फार्मर इनकम बढ़े, रूरल इकॉनमी बढ़े। तो ये जो आप बता रहे हो इसको पूरा एक बैलेंस करना पड़ेगा, और एक बैलेंस्ड प्रोपोजिशन जैसे हम बायो
लॉन्ग टर्म टाइप कर लेते हैं कि चलो जो भी रॉ मटेरियल का प्राइस है, लेकिन हमारे पास लॉन्ग टर्म कमिटमेंट है ही नहीं। इवन समर पोर्टल में भी वो लोग बोलते हैं कि 2 साल का कमिटमेंट दो और हमारे साथ में सब्सिडी के लिए तुम क्लेम रखो, लेकिन 2 साल का कमिटमेंट आप में से किसी ने भी कोई मैन्युफैक्चरर को नहीं दिया होगा। तो हमें फिर फेक प्रोडक्ट्स बनाने पड़ते हैं कि चलो फेक कमिटमेंट देते हैं कि हमारे पास 2 साल का सप्लाईज है। ऐसे तो पॉसिबल ही नहीं है। 2 साल का टाइप कौन करेगा, क्योंकि प्राइस तो पूरा वेरिएबल रहेगा। एक प्राइस पे 2 साल के लिए कोई बंदा नहीं करेगा ना। तो इस हिसाब से अगर लॉन्ग टर्म टाइप्स मिले हमें, भले ईयरली मिले, तो भी इसका बेनिफिट होगा, पूरे सबको होगा। ऐसा नहीं कि सिर्फ हमें ही होगा, हमारी वजह से आपको होगा, फार्मर को होगा, ट्रांसपोर्ट डिपार्टमेंट को होगा। तो हर एक जगह पे ये चीज़ होने वाला है।
तो आपकी बातें सही हैं, मैं आपसे काफ़ी एग्री करता हूँ। मैं तो यहाँ तक बोलूँगा कि 2008 में जब मैंने ये शुरू किया था, तो मैंने बताया आपके यहाँ मैं राजकोट गया था मशीन देखने के लिए। तो उस समय भी हमने briquette.com ये साइट बनाया था कि सब लोग जो सप्लायर्स हैं वो भी वहाँ आ सकें, जो लेने वाले हैं वो भी आ सकें। तो वो तो आगे कुछ बढ़ा नहीं, मगर बायोफ्यूल सर्कल इज इंस्ट्रूमेंटल
हम हमारे लेवल पे नहीं कर सकते,
लेकिन शिफ्ट आ रहा है, शिफ्ट है। और आपका भी काम पहले से अच्छा हो रहा है, मेरा भी काम पहले से अच्छा हो रहा है, और भी आगे अच्छा होगा। तो ये डेफिनेटली सबको बेनिफिट करेगा ही।
So I'll take two last questions, one to Khushbu and one to Siddharth. So I'll first ask Siddharth. Siddharth, we've having started the business as a platform, digital platform, marketplace. Over a period of time, we went backwards and created an entire supply chain solution and also made investments in that. When we now look at 1 million metric tons of biomass, finding a way to either becoming a briquette, pellet, or any other form of biofuel, the approximate investment which is required for making that happen is $100 million. So for every million metric tons that you would transition from something which is getting wasted to something which is burning or whatever, the infrastructure investment and cost is quite significant. Okay. We have an opportunity, as he rightly said, that there's significant large crude oil import which happens, and this is a transition opportunity. But how do you see a structure of investment and finance which is available to every small businessman who is creating business across the sector? How do you see that shaping over a period of time here?
Thanks, Suhas, and thanks for such an interesting question. I'm sure the audience also must have enjoyed this question, is waiting for how to see how I can respond to this one. But I definitely would say that, so the important thing, so there is an important balance. The balance is one between policy and unit economics. Policy, because there is a demand, there's a requirement from a policy perspective to shift in this direction. So fortunately, the sector has got these tailwinds now, which is, pushing it forward. Yes, there are certain things that need to be figured out. From a unit economic standpoint, which is very important, is that yes, all these numbers are there from a revenue standpoint, but what is the bottom line, what is the profitability of these businesses is very important from an investor standpoint. Ultimately, that's what the investor will look at. Now, in this process, there are 3 things which are important. Number one, and I'll come to the easier one because everyone spoke about supply chain partnerships, which is very important, and it's happening at a higher level where I'm seeing a lot of the larger brands and corporates, actually having long-term offtake agreements or partnerships. Maybe they won't have it with the biomass supplier, but they'll have it with their tier 1 suppliers who eventually will have it with their biomass suppliers. So that entire network creation wherein there is a economics of scale that can be achieved across the value chain is very important. That's number one. Number two is knowledge, and knowledge at two levels. One, which is very important, is the entire aspect of, is there enough research and let's say, catalytic grant or grant support to, find more energy efficient crops, per ton. How do you increase the calorific value? Because if that can happen, automatically the costing also will start coming down. Then, and again, from a, supplier standpoint, or let's say, from a brand or a manufacturer standpoint, what is the solution or technology that one should adopt? That awareness is very important. So networks and knowledge is very critical. But I think, to Suhas, your question, the important one on financing. Now that there are important financing structures which are required, and especially where the sector is right now, because it is still at an early or nascent stage in its maturity. And having said that, these next 5 years are going to be very critical for the sector, because while India has a 2070 target for net zero, most brands have a net zero target by 2039, 2040. But by 2030, the target is to reduce your carbon emission footprint by 50%, and that is going to happen by energy transition. So here I would say there are three structures which are very important. One is if you look at blended finance instruments, and or let's just say how is it that you can use public capital or grants and subsidies to reduce the cost of manufacturers to adopt these solutions. So, for example, with some of the philanthropic capital providers or with some of the multilaterals you work with, you will be providing either matchmaking facilities. So, the corporate invests 50% and, we invest 50%, or we provide some grants and facilities to invest in innovative boiler solutions or technologies. So that is one level. Second is, we do realize from India perspective, 70 to 80% of our manufacturing happens largely from MSMEs. These MSMEs fortunately are in a lot of different clusters. So can we create an aggregate demand and, create a large scale solution? Can BiofuelCircle create a briquetting facility, plus a large scale boiler that can, cater to the demands of an MSME. So aggregate demand is something which is important. And the third thing, which can come both from a brand side and the government side. So from a brand side is, some sort of ESG linked, financing, some sustainable linked, support to your, manufacturers. And then from a government perspective, the creation of, let's say, carbon bonds or carbon taxes that can sort of incentivize adoption of solutions such as ours. So I would say that the adoption and mobilization of such solutions depends on knowledge, networks, and capital. And from a capital perspective, there are these different instruments that can be tried out, and there are many players who are trying to do this. But the idea is to have these sort of meetings and touch points where everyone understands what everyone is doing, so that we can bring things together.
Thank you very much. And my last question on the panel before we hand it over to Professor Ray for concluding remarks based on what he heard is, this is one of the first things that I had heard during my early dialogues with Hemant at TOSIL was, the entire supply chain problem is about cost of transportation. Okay, and one needs to be in a position, it's still 30 to 35% of the average cost of the fuel landed goes in transportation. Absolutely pie in the sky ideas that you may have about how should the industry address this problem of 35% as cost of transportation?
Thanks, Suhas. Supply chain is the backbone of this business, right? If I would go to a customer and say, I'm going to give you a green utility minus the fuel, that won't make sense, right? So we took last 10 years to build a supply chain for ourselves, work with biofuel, work with on the ground farmer backward integration, right? I think the key part, like you said, transportation. One is we need to start looking at more and more decentralized facilities, right? Could be investment in portable pelletization machines or briquetting machines. It could also mean that we look at newer farmer models, right? Actually working towards with farmers, with self-help groups, right? localizing that aggregation, because the challenge to get to that 200 million tons potential is not that the agricultural residue is not there. We are not even consuming 5% of the agricultural residue that's available to the industry. But the challenge is, how do we aggregate that in the shortest time frame that we get? How do we store that sustainably and without incidents? And then also becomes important is, how are we forecasting this agricultural residue, right? So you said pie in the sky, maybe use AI to look at forecasting models in terms of crop production, residue production, so that there are no leakages when we go start aggregating. Lastly, I think as a technology player, I come back to technology. Coming up with technological solutions, like I mentioned, a boiler that will take the entire range, will help us to take everything that is accumulated. But I think these are some of the areas that I would say to cut down transportation costs, to bring down biomass prices, not just for the short term, as a long-term solution, right? Today, we are going to give 10-year offtake contracts. We have 10-year offtake contracts from wherever we set up plants, 15-year offtake contracts. But the question is, it being an unorganized sector, can we pass that 15-year contracts? But I think it's important that we develop this ecosystem. I completely agree, right? We'll pay coal, Indonesian coal, at whatever price we get. We'll pay natural gas. So important is to indigenize this, but these are some of the solutions I think we can apply. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I know, Anita, that we've passed the time. I pass it on to Professor Ray. Professor Ray, you heard the entire spectrum of participants and movers and shakers in the industry. You would have, I'm sure, some thoughts based on what you heard as closing remarks.
No, I'm very inspired. In fact, all the speakers, I learned a lot from all of you, and so many research questions are swarming and crowding my mind. What Khushbu said, what he said, what you said, Vikas, plus the issues of the briquette manufacturers. Fascinating from a researcher's perspective, but I want to sort of step away from this green part of the discussion and just think of transition as what do we know historically. What we know is most companies who are into this green transition will not survive. I mean, sorry for telling that. When I went to business school, the average age of a company was 35 years. As I'm talking to you now, it's around 13 years. So if you have already crossed 13 years, you are running on some great leadership, or you are on ICU, I do not know. But why this has happened? Why does it happen? So a lot of people have tried to study how companies survive for a long time. So this technology transition, technology choice, these are not new things. So when Khushbu and you were discussing, I was thinking about the pen industry. So when first people went to space, one of the challenge for the US pen industry was, can we make a pen for space where gravity doesn't work? So a lot of these sort of panel discussions must have also happened at that point of time, that what is the best way to develop a pen that writes on a spaceship. While this was going on, somebody in Russia just told that we can as well use a pencil in space. So the solution may not actually come from that particular technology, may come from a totally different technology like a pencil. So in 2 minutes, let me try to tell you how the innovation disrupted the car industry. So initially when the cars came, Ford said, I can give it to you in any color as long as it is black. That was the arrogance of the industry. Car industry went up. At some point of time, there were around 10,000 companies trying to make cars in US, 1930s and 1940s. And this came down to tens in the year 1990, and today maybe you have 2-3 brands, that too owned by other brands or Chinese brands. And the whole technology has shifted from fossil fuel to electric. Even in electric, the people who started Tesla is now losing market share to BYD. So the point I'm trying to make is, you may be innovating, that is not a guarantee that you will lead in the long term. So what creates that is probably a very different discussion, but three things come out when we look at really long-lasting companies, and long-lasting companies are there only in one country in the world, that is Japan, which has got around 35 companies as I speak, which are more than 300 years old. And the oldest is 1500 years old. So when we look at all those companies, and they come from all sorts of industries, three things stand out. One is companies that last. They all run on values. Irrespective of industry and country and all, they run on values. Second, what I feel is they have some sort of a flexible mindset. In terms of that, they're not very rigid in this is exactly what I need to do. So it's more of a mindset thing. They're quite flexible. And third thing is, from this flexibility, they have very agile processes and systems. So they can move very fast because of certain governance. So I don't know, maybe this is very abstract for all of you, but these three things we see around the world, particularly for companies that have lasted for more than 300 years. And they have gone through all these tech transitions that we have discussed. And lastly, I would like you to see one Netflix documentary which I just saw on BlackBerry. Maybe some of you have seen it, but if you not, please see that, how a tech innovator having a 40% market share in a very complex industry like the cell phone industry almost lost it overnight. And then possibly, I would urge you to look at that and see what does it mean for our industries. So that's all I had to share.
So, if I want to probably word the same thoughts a little differently, I would say create a value system for your organizations which will help you survive the various transitions that you would see in the industry or outside the industry. Have an approach which is an approach driven by flexibility and agility to ensure that you are responding to emerging situations as opposed to holding a point of view.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing which I sort of heard, because you also asked me to sort of sum up, what I heard, but I was busy telling what I think. So one thing I heard from all these speakers was the need for a platform and a network. So generally, if you look at the research on networks, they say the most powerful person in the network is not somebody who has got the biggest connections, but the most powerful is the one who is the hub, through whom most of the communication flows. So you need not have, 20,000 partners to be the most powerful, but you can be most powerful even if you have 10 partners, but all of them talk through you. So what I heard from all of them is maybe this is an opportunity to create a sort of platform where everybody comes together, be it a manufacturer, be it an innovator, be it a scientist, be it Niti Aayog, and to build that platform with enough depth and breadth. I think that is what I am hearing from all of you.
Sir, I wouldn't want to say anything on that. I think we leave at that. Thank you very much. At the beginning of this session, I had said that there is at least one person that you will meet today who had also participated in our first Doing Well by Doing Good dialogue, and that is Khushbu. She was part of the panel discussions that we had back then, Khushbu, when COVID was all pervasive. And so thank you very much for making it today. Special thanks to you. And I also must tell you that Professor Ray has been associated with BiofuelCircle since the time we took a bunch of his students with us to test our alpha product and to write all the test cases that need to be written for the purpose of testing the software and getting it done in a matter of a few weeks, because we had a promise to our alpha customer that this will be ready on 26th of January. So I think I'm really, really happy to see that we were able to bring together a bunch of people who have been a part of our journey at several points in the last 5 years. And thank you all for sharing your thoughts in such a wonderful fashion. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, all the panelists. Thank you, Suhas, for moderating such a wonderful session. And I'm sure all of us also enjoyed this session when we actually had all the stakeholders, the suppliers, the consumers, the technology solution providers, all we talk about, all on the same platform and sharing their thoughts. So thank you so much. I would request Suhas to present a small memento to each one of you. Can we have the mementos, please?
Maybe we can have one question. Go ahead.
I know we are running short on time, but congratulations to you for the panel. It's very rare that one learns anything out of these panel discussions, but this has been fantastic. Also the first one to Tushar. The question is, I think biofuel and sustainability, they go hand in hand, right? And when we say that the use of biofuel has been opportunistic, that doesn't make sense. Because if it is opportunistic, then it is not sustainable. So, and bio comes at a premium, right? It cannot compete with a fossil fuel from pure commercial standpoint. Since we have consumers here, so the question is, are we getting, or are we willing to pay a premium to the biofuel? And are you getting a premium for your end products, which is made with the use of biofuels?
I would like to believe that we are not paying a big premium, but I'm sure we are. And even after paying a premium, I am not sure how much I am able to satisfy the supply chain. For 17 years. So, BiofuelCircle comes up with a newsletter which tells me that the coal is like this, and you are also like this. But, sir, that was a very, very important point you made. We are already a third generation business, and my nephew's fourth generation's taken up. I'm hoping that my 8-year-old grandchild will also take up. And the key factor, the way we operate is, on the one side, I am in a manner on the admin production side, on the values side, and on the other side is my brother who's on the flexibility and agility side. So he's so flexible and so agile that all of us are only trying to catch up with him all the time. But sir, very specifically, as far as the premium on the sales side is concerned, it is definitely having an impact in terms of the quality of customers, the kind of sales that we are able to make. He spoke about Manyavar. Manyavar is very keen to stick to this bandwagon. Brands are. We supply to Westside, Reliance Trends, Lifestyle. So they do have an edge. So even if Reliance invites me to Bangalore to say that you are our, from last year as a power vendor to become a power partner this year, the CEO would speak about a brand that is supported by sustainability, with all the questions that green may come with, but it is a reality. The biggest factor that I see as a plus is that we have barely any attrition levels. I think this is a big HR story. And if I am able to create the value and look after my people, and they are able to look after my business, to us, that's a lot of value, a lot of premium.
So in fact, interestingly, so one is, all the brands that I'm working with, there's a very clear mandate that you cannot operate on coal. So there essentially takes coal out of the picture totally, so you have to operate on biomass. The other thing also is that, currently with a lot of investors that we're working with, there's also no coal policy, so I cannot even lend to companies that are operating on a coal. So biomass again, by default, becomes a winner over there. But from a pricing and premium perspective, now surprisingly, in all the conversations that I've had with a lot of my partners, the price of biomass is almost the same, if not maybe very slightly higher than coal. And there really isn't much of a premium, apart from the fact that we're also dealing with very high quality clientele. And in fact, more recently I was also very impressed or surprised to see an interesting newsletter that you all had come out, where actually the price of biomass was lower than the price of coal on many occasions. So I think one is, it is. I don't think it's really true that there's much of a very high premium for biomass. And secondly, this entire conversation that we spoke about, platform play and getting things together, that I think is the future of the industry, because this is probably one of the only sectors where people coming together is actually going to increase the overall value of the space by actually getting unit economics and getting the price a lot lower.
Thank you. I think that was a very interesting question. But sorry, we've run out of time now. Thank you very much. I would.
Looks small, but it's pretty heavy. 150 briquettes. I was looking for gold.
Once again, a big thank you to all the panelists here. I now request Jacob to kindly lead this panel to the control tower, third floor. We would like to give you a short demonstration of how our operations are held through our control tower. We now break for lunch. Our next panel discussion will start sharp at 2 o'clock, hence request you to be back at least 5 minutes before that. I know we're running short of time. Let's get started. Lunch is organized on the terrace in the canteen. And all other panelists, announcement, Manan. Hi everyone, just a small announcement. We are getting delayed by a few minutes. We'll start exactly at 2:30. All right? Thank you. Hello? Yeah. All right then. After a nice lunch break and after two really energetic, dynamic panel discussions, we are here once again for the third round of panel discussions. This panel discussion is going to be about the emerging bioenergy landscape in India. This panel will delve into the future of India as a potential world leader in advanced biofuels. For automotive, for aviation, we will look into liquid and gaseous biofuels too. We'll look at the role of incentive or a disincentive framework, such as carbon credits. And to moderate this session, especially for us, we have invited Mr. Shishir Joshipura, Managing Director and CEO of Praj Industries. He'll be moderating the session for us. We welcome you, sir, on stage. With over 3 decades of leadership experience at Praj, SKF India, and Thermax, Mr. Shishir Joshipura brings expertise in sustainable innovation and strategic growth. Celebrated as one of India's most valuable CEOs, he has shaped national dialogues on bioenergy, sustainability, and industrial transformation. It's an honor to have you, sir, with us today. Let us also now join your hands together to welcome our panelists for this panel discussion. Mr. Ashish Kumar, Managing Director, Verbio India, currently leading India's largest biomethanation-based biofuel plant in Punjab with Verbio, set to become one of the country's biggest agri-residue consumers and a key player in tackling India's stubble burning issue today. We welcome you, sir, on the stage now. We welcome our next panelist, Mr. B.C. Mahesh, President, Industrial Products Business, Thermax Limited. With over 35 years of experience, Mr. Mahesh has led global operations across India, Europe, Southeast Asia, Middle East, spanning manufacturing, EPC, and service businesses. His leadership has been central to advancing Thermax energy-efficient and sustainable solutions. We welcome you, sir, here. We welcome our next panelist, Mr. Rohit Nagargoje, co-founder and COO Mashmakes, bringing a blend of personal connection to farming, technical know-how in biochar, and entrepreneurial leadership. Mr. Rohit is expanding Mashmakes' commercial impact from enhancing farmer livelihoods and crop resilience to scaling large-scale carbon renewal infrastructure, and is pushing his company into global clean technology platforms. We welcome you, sir. With that, we are ready to get started, and over to you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So good afternoon. Very happy to be here for more reasons than one. And if I start counting, maybe we'll take up time for the panel, so we'll not do that. But just to let you know that very privileged and happy to be here today. I have a very, very elite panel with me, and it's almost always a very difficult job to manage an elite panel and manage them post-lunch and keep you guys awake. So it's a triple. Anyway, so bioenergy has become suddenly a very hot topic, especially over the last 3 to 4 years. And from yesterday's strikes, it's become even more important for many, many countries as to what's going to happen. So what the brief to me is that we will each maybe start with an opening remark, and then we'll lead into a small discussion. So I'll use my privilege, and since Ashish was teasing me that he's going to keep maximum distance, so the cold call is first on him to start with his opening remarks. So next time he comes and sits next to me then. So Ashish, over to you. We'll have opening remarks for each and every one of us, and then we'll sort of go into a question answer kind of thing. Yeah.
Right. Thanks, Shishir. So, Verbio has set up, I think as was introduced, we have set up the largest agri-residue-based biomethanation unit. We go back a couple of years. The first set of activities started sometime in 2016-17. So it's been a while. It's been, I don't want to call it a decade, बहुत पुराना लगता है. But it's still, I mean, we are getting close there. So it has taken a long time, and it is still a few, maybe, I hope not more than 1 or 2 years away before it really makes a good impact, what we are, all talking about since morning. I think in these last couple of years, the journey has been fantastic. What we have seen and what we realize that for a biofuel business case or investment case to happen, it's all about policy, policy, policy. Nothing else. At least that's my conclusion so far. The policy work is happening. It is not happening at the speed what I would want to have it at. But across upstream, midstream, downstream, a lot of work is happening. The investment case has started looking better. So this is looking promising. I would still give it another 1 or 2 years before it really attracts a lot of investments. So we are getting there. We are close. One of the reasons why it has taken a lot of time is, unfortunately, and I think this is where I was kind of triggering the last panel's discussion, was the commercial, the business case is where it is still struggling, because we always end up competing or, getting benchmarked to a fossil fuel, which itself is the wrong starting point, because you just cannot compare or compete with a fossil fuel cost structure with a biofuel cost structure. So you need many more revenue streams to be activated, and currently at least what India has is, and I'm talking largely, let's say biogas business, ethanol, he's the expert, he will talk about that, or anything which is second generation for that matter. I'm not talking first generation, I'm talking second generation. So the second generation business case is yet to take place, and of all the second generation fuels we always talk about, CBG is the lowest hanging at the moment. The rest still have some time to go. So CBG is I'm very bullish on it, and I think it needs another 1 to 2 years where it really starts becoming very attractive. The status quo is that whoever is doing their operations well, and operations comes down to what a biofuel circle supports in, or from the upstream standpoint, I think this whole narrative of feedstock availability, feasibility, that is overly exaggerated now. I think that puzzle has been to a large extent solved, and credit goes to companies like BiofuelCircle. I think that is no longer the challenge. That's my understanding, right? I think, the midstream part is something which is taking also more time. That is where the technology is yet to get stabilized. The yields are not there. I mean, I might sound a little too crude and blunt. It's not there from a business case point of view. So there's still some technology upgradation, development, improvement has to take place. We are also not ready from the offtake point of view. We do not have a grid, or the grid is not, there to connect all of the plants. So मुझे लगता है कि जो 5 साल पहले discussion होता था ना कि everybody used to start blaming the biomass, I think that is not the case today. The actually challenge is more on the midstream and the downstream rather than on the upstream, and I think that's a big development in the last couple of years. So this solves a lot of problems, because at least you are sure that the feedstock is going to be there, right? Whether you are doing it on your own or you've got aggregators or suppliers, that is to a large extent solved. Now it is, because earlier kya ho raha tha ki the technology providers or the developers were always blaming the feedstock. Now the feedstock has been taken care of. Now you check into what you have to do, whether it is the developer or whether it is the EPC. So it's a very interesting space at the moment. Last point on this is, from a pure gas point of view, the revenue streams what we get today is coming from the gas sale, the physical molecule, and from the sale of the biogas, the manure. Now, one is a very certain revenue stream, though it is a discounted revenue stream, and probably India is the only place where a biofuel is being sold cheaper than a fossil fuel. I don't understand why, but that's the case. We still get 85% of the retail selling price. Not good. And I like the guy who was sitting in this chair on the corner who doesn't want negotiations. So fantastic. So that is one case. And the second is the manure part. Now the manure part is still a very uncertain. It is uncertain. It is very seasonal. If it happens, fantastic. If it doesn't happen, you are done. And I think the third revenue stream, which anybody or everybody should have as an incentive to get into this business, is how do I monetize the CO2 emission reduction? That is why we get into this. I don't think so any biofuel producer is getting into this business to sell khad and gas, right? So everybody is looking at how do I monetize the carbon saving, right? So that is yet to get activated in India. And that is the big one, big milestone which all of us are waiting for. So that's where.
Thank you, Ashish. Thank you for laying out that landscape. So Mahesh, maybe over to you. Where do you see the technology moving? Where are we? How will India utilize this as a moment for its moment in sun in time to come?
Thanks, Shishir, and both a pleasure and privilege to be part of this gathering and this panel. So I'll sort of come from a technology point of view because I work at Thermax, and Thermax is a technology company offering solutions in this space. And maybe I'll take, but we are slightly privileged to have witnessed this evolution of the biomass market for the last 3 decades, while it has become a very hot subject in the last 5-10 years. Because when India came with the first, biomass-based power plant policy way back in the mid-90s, Thermax was the first company to set up the first power plant on biomass, on rice husk-based power plant in Chhattisgarh. Shishir was there at that point of time, and the world has changed a lot. And I think there is some learnings for all of us on the market side, but I think on the technology side, we have evolved from, creating combustion technologies, handling different types of biomass, combinations of biomass with coal, without coal, 2 different biomass in season, off season. All those, I think, over the last 2-3 decades. And that, while it started 3 decades back, really it has picked up momentum in the last, I would say, 5 to 10 years. Because as companies have started looking at ESG as a big lever of their performance, and their customers outside India have started demanding, I think all industrial customers have started looking at and reducing, carbon intensity in the industrial heat generation is the biggest lever. And now we are getting a lot of demand from customers. And I think the technology in the last 7-8 years itself, we would have come with maybe 15-20 new products or significant product upgrades to be able to handle different types of technology on a combustion as a platform. And that's been the journey. We have now sort of digitized it and made it IoT enabled. We have created a biomass center of excellence, which has got data properties of 100+ biomasses. We know which sort of biomass works in what combination. So that's on the technology. And this we have done at projects which are small range boilers of 1 ton up to even a 500-ton boiler, CFBC boiler at one of the largest refineries, how we are firing biomass. So that's on the combustion part of it. But over the time we realized that there's a huge potential to go beyond combustion, and somewhere in the late around 2015, 2016 we turned towards gasification, and we tried to put India's first biomass gasification project at a commercial scale in partnership with a European company. And we succeeded in creating syngas, gas at around 3,200 kcal, ran it on a gas. Unfortunately, the customer went into a NCLT, and that project, a great project, got scrapped. We were chosen by Department of Science and Technology, and that's when we understood that that's another way to handle biomass and create gas out of it. Of course, that point of time, the entire CBG market and all was not there, and nor was the overall sense of corporate push for bioenergy. But we used that leverage, then got into coal gasification, which was India's need, and developed our own gasification technology and converting syngas into methanol. So we perfected that part of it. So what to do when you have syngas and convert syngas into methanol. So that's one thing. And today the government is spending a lot of investment in that. Come back to 2025, 2023, when the entire cycle has again come back as to how do you, when green hydrogen become a big word, the idea was how do you then, are there other ways in which you can do industrial decarbonization? So green methanol, green DME, these are all solid levers, and the start is if you have syngas, you can convert that into methanol, DME, and then a host of lot of chemical products can come out of it. And in the recent years, now with biochar coming, you have got pyrolysis as a technology, which is again coming as a big way, because either you can go for a gasification route or you can go for a pyrolysis route. Each one meets its own different objectives. I think what's happened is in the process, India has thrown up a lot of demonstrated capabilities that it can rise to the occasion in terms of coming with the right technology answers. But as he rightly said, like in the case of CBG, it is still evolving. And I think we will get there. It's somewhat similar to, even in the biomass combustion journey, when we started with a simpler fuel, which was easier to burn rices. But when you had to burn tougher fuels, you went through the learning curve of technology. And I think the entire CBG market is going through that. And we are also part of that journey. It's right now not viable, to be honest, commercially viable, unless you have some props. But I think that's the challenge to the industry. And I think everyone is getting better every day today. And I think as a company, we have invested a lot, and I think a lot of big stakeholders who have entered this space are also showing a lot of long-term thinking in being able to partner with companies like us to be able to, ensure that these projects become a commercial success, because the upside for the country is huge. India has the potential to become, just in CBG, a 15 million ton per annum market. And I think in convert that, the sort of biomass required, I have a slight, I really hope what he says is true, that the biomass supply chain problem is solved. I still don't know whether it is true, but if it is solved, it's great. But I think companies like BiofuelCircle, and I think you are playing a great role, and I think you need more players like this to be able to expand the market. I think when you expand the market, I think new practices are coming in, and all of that will only make this entire bioeconomy much, much more stronger.
Thank you, Mahesh. So, Rohit, over to you, and probably the cue was given by Mahesh that pyrolysis is the new emerging technology in an already emerging field. So, and you are a practitioner of that, so we'll be very happy to hear your views on how this could shape an opportunity for India, both globally and also in domestic market.
Yeah, perfect, thanks. So first of all, I would echo what he said. So we started, a decade back. So as an out-and-out tech company, and back then, I think one of the biggest questions that we were asked, from different parts of the society were, okay, where are you going to get your biomass? Especially in a market like India. And today, I genuinely believe that with partners like BiofuelCircle, that is something that we do not have to stress so much on. There are other buckets that need more attention, but I feel that the entire team here, inspired by Suhas and Ashwin, I think you're doing exactly what India needs to do today. I mean, the best time was for everything is yesterday, but the next best time is today. So kudos to you guys. In terms of technologies, I think pyrolysis and gasification. So coal gasification has been there for a while, but pyrolysis of biomass and gasification of biomass of different types is maybe slightly less mature as compared to CBG and some other pathways. But in terms of getting to the 1.5 to 2 degree target that we all need to get to before something calamitous happens, you need to remove carbon. Just mitigating emissions or reducing emissions, that is excellent. That is the first thing that we need to do. But what you also need to do alongside that is carbon removal, and pyrolysis slash gasification of biomass is an excellent way to remove carbon permanently. And that one does by producing biochar and then sequestering that biochar in sinks like soil. That's where you get the best use of it. And then of course you have building materials, etc., but I would not sort of delve into that right now. So as Mash makes, we do exactly that. We have built the tech, robust tech that converts different types of biomasses into an energy product first and foremost, and then biochar. And the biochar allows us to sell high quality, durable, permanent carbon removal credits, which are sold at high prices to Fortune 500 buyers. So there are some questions in the end, I know, on carbon credits, but in terms of in terms of India's potential and the opportunity that's there in India, we're a founding member of the Carbon Removal India Alliance, a fairly new entity, and they came out with a white paper a year and a half ago where the potential, using fairly conservative numbers, India can do 500 million tons of carbon dioxide removal using biochar, where you're assuming that the rest biomass goes to other sectors like CBG or for power, etc. So 500 million tons, it sounds like a lot, but guess what? By 2050, we need to remove 5 to 10 billion tons of CO2 annually to get to the 1.5 to 2 degree target by the end of the century. So India can actually do up to 10 or more percent of what we need in 2050 using the biomass that's available today. That's just through biomass. There are other pathways as well, but I'll focus on biomass for now. And that also sort of gives you it's a $90 billion opportunity that India has. That is excluding FDI. All of the investments that are needed to set up plants, let's say with biomass, biomass banks that BiofuelCircle can set up. You also need these plants that can produce biochar. So outside of that, also there's a 90+ billion opportunity there, which is excellent. I'll then leave some bits for my Q&A, but I can stop there.
So thank you, Rohit. So probably if you look at what's happening over the last 4 or 5 years, there's absolutely heightened awareness across the world that we experience on reduction of carbon in one way or other. The intensity of carbon in our daily life needs to go down. That seems to be, and there's no more argument around it saying, should we not? For many of you who are very young, about 20 years ago, that was the argument saying, hey, is this even a valid argument that this CO2 is leading to global, and people had different understanding of global warming. Does it mean that my summers are warmer than my winters and all kind of stuff? So I think we've traveled a long way. There's a clear understanding across the world, and I've had personal experience of traveling and talking to several governments, private sector players, technology players. One thing is very clear: the race is to reduce the carbon from wherever we are today. Let's go down in our use of carbon. So that seems to be one very clear common theme across, and then it's emerging in different form of technologies. There was not too long ago, the limitations were, so as Mahesh mentioned, thermal technologies came much ahead of everybody else, but the conversion technologies beyond thermal, where you're trying to form it into a different form of usable form of energy from biomass, they came much later into being, right? And that's where I think from a single, so first molecule everybody sort of came up with was ethanol, and then it come little bit on biodiesel. So in a manner of speaking, the entire mobility space started to change, because that's where the most visible use of energy and the emission of carbon dioxide both was there in our daily lives. So I think that was obviously one of the most difficult sectors to abate, because now you have a challenge of trying to change the habits of millions of peoples across different cultures, geographies, dimensions across the earth, right? But as we progressed, we saw ethanol becoming a daily part of our life, and I think one of the big reasons for its success was the fact that at the end of the day, for the end users like me and you, we didn't see any change. We still go to the same pump and still put the same nozzle and still pay the same money, and the car runs. We don't care about what is inside that liquid so far it is okay on the rate, etc., etc. Right? So, second generation ethanol. So, first generation was the easier feedstocks. As we are now moving forward, obviously, the technology has to take place. We have to then obviously go and become stronger. Second generation is about what I would call as what was considered to be traditionally considered to be waste, and those waste to be converted to a usable form of energy, whether it is ethanol, whether it is biogas, biochar, and the list is endless. And when we were discussing internally, it can go all the way to hydrogen. So we joked this, that initial use of alcohol was to move people, although a little unsteadily, in the evenings. And then the alcohol moved to move cars on the ground. And then we said, okay, the next use is to move planes. And of course, you want it to be very steady. No wobbly there. Okay. Yeah. So you can move things, right? So that was the mobility part of the equation where we're trying to. So we coined a term internally called biomobility. So everything that is possible on mobility side with biological solutions. And then of course green hydrogen. So that's the journey continues. You know, we are discovering newer molecules, finding different ways. Jury is still out there. Each and every technology is at a very different stage of its maturity. It needs, and a very simple way to look at it is like, so there is a technological readiness level and then there's a commercial readiness level, and both are a little bit apart in many cases today. And I think the race that every organization is doing is, how do I bridge this gap? Because it's only when it becomes commercially viable that will get widely adopted, and all kinds of programs are underway for that. And this is not only true for India, this is true across the world. Especially Ashish, because he comes from north. We all know this problem in November, which Delhi and the North India faces about farmers burning stubble, right? And a lot of effort has gone in trying to see what can we do with rice straw and stubble and what can we turn around. And just to tell you that the problem is not unique to Delhi, it's just because national capital gets highlighted, the exactly same problem in California. Exactly same. In fact, California came up with a different solution. They said, we'll stop growing rice. So then you don't have stubble, but maybe if you're too rich, maybe you can afford that. But people like us cannot afford that we as a country. But on the other hand, it also gives a huge opportunity for us, because as I always say that, well, the nature or the God did not want us to have crude oil below our earth, but it gives the three other things, and maybe we should put that to a good use, and that was sun, land, and an agri community, right? A very enterprising farming community. How can we put that to good use for its maximum leverage, just the way people who got crude oil are putting that to use? Yeah, and it only makes sense that we need to become wiser around it. So today, rather than paying money out and then importing, of course, energy and pollution along with it, we might as well solve the problem by removing pollution from our economy and also putting money back where it belongs to, within our own pockets. So I think the whole transition, that is energy transition phenomenon that is taking place today, both in India and outside, actually presents a very unique opportunity, because let's take it seriously. Energy is a very, very important pillar in the world. Many of the wars, even currently without being said, are being fought around that one issue. And if India is going to be a voice that is going to be heard, we want to be third largest economy, fourth largest. That doesn't matter. What matters is, are you being heard in the international forums? And energy will be a very, very important pillar. Within that pillar, I think bioenergy in its different forms actually presents a unique opportunity to us, because that's something that's not very easy to, just the way you can't have crude oil, you also can't have sun and earth, sun and land. Both of these are given by God. We should be, as an economy, a voice on the table. Already on the bio side, our EBP 20 program has given us a lots of push. We are being taken, I can tell you, in my last 7 years of my journey with Praj, in the last 3 years, we are being taken much more seriously in international forums than we were taken in the first 4 years as a country. Because people think that we have done something which is very important. So obviously a lot of promises held by what happens. So without much ado about it, let me go and talk some of the other issues which we have not talked so far. So Mahesh, the world has seen these transitions over a period of time, right? There was wind and then there was solar, and so we have seen energy transitions take place. We started with thermal energy to start with, and then hydel, and uh, where do you think, if you look at today's emerging entire biospace, if you compare it to what's the experience in Miranda, and Thermex is a unique company that it has got experience on all these three verticals, how do you see the journey and where do you think we are today?
Thanks. Thanks, Shishir. I think let me talk a bit about what worked and what didn't work so well. So maybe, if you look at some of the success stories, I'll call solar as a success stories. Even wind has been a great success story. And a lot of it had to do with two, three things. One is a starting strong push from the government. I still remember solar government came with a feed-in tariff of 16 rupees per unit, knowing fully well that it was absolutely commercially unviable. And that's where I fully resonate with what Ashish said. I think you can't peg it. They didn't look at the current energy price at 8 rupees and gave a solar. Solar starting price was 16 rupees. So the feed-in tariff was so strong that it sort of helped a lot of industries, though at an uncompetitive scale, they started manufacturing module. They started putting solar plants, importing, domestic, all of that. And the government supported this journey. And slowly, as commercial viability came in, the government withdrew the support. And now it's almost virtually a fully, last couple of years, a commercially led market, depending on. But I think that's one thing. The initial thrust is extremely important. That's what worked. What also worked, that the cost curve came down rapidly, and a lot of that credit goes to China because the module prices came down significantly. I mean, it has come down by almost 1/10 of what it was 15 years back. And at that point of time, we had just getting into it, and we realized it. And that actually the capital cost curve and the technology development curve, all of them met at the right time. And that's what solar has become a real global success story. It's not just, I think, a lot of international money coming into India. I think one of the reasons is we are able to produce solar for perhaps cheapest compared to many other places in the world. And now including with battery storage coming in. So that's a success story. If I look at biomass-based IPPs, which also started 30 years back and which I referred to, it came with a great policy support. But what happened is that the government continued to support it too long at a higher price. When the price was available at, say, 5 to 7 rupees a unit, the government gave a initial starting price which was going all the way up to 6 rupees per unit. And virtually the industry didn't have any incentive to become competitive to bring down cost. So I think one learning is whatever we are getting, we need to always ensure that this cost has to come down towards commercially at one stage. I think the biomass market didn't do that. They took what they got as granted and continued to live it. And that's why today almost 80% of those plants don't run anymore. They are dead because electricity prices come down, but their price has gone up. The second which went out there was on the entire model of the, what went wrong that time was on the fuel supply side. That the supply chain market was not, we were too ahead of time without thinking through what was the supply chain. Today, luckily, whatever we are talking of CBG, biochar, bioplastic, biobitumen, I think the supply chain has got a lot of attention. So I think that the government is doing the right thing. And the industry, there are a lot of players coming like BiofuelCircle, and a lot of investment coming into companies like BiofuelCircle is the right thing. But for participants, I think finally we have to make an eye on making it commercially viable. The onus is on everyone, the technology players, ensuring that the capital costs are making it coming down through modularization, through standardization, through scale, through import reduction, ensuring that the reliability of the plant, the operational efficiency of the plant goes and makes it a viable. I think making a plant viable is a big responsibility jointly, but the technology providers have to take a lead role in that. But I think if that is the journey, if we can follow what the solar industry did, India has to do that. China did it in solar. India will have to do it in this journey for what's available in front of us.
Thank you, Mahesh. So Rohit, you are within the emerging technology space. You are even there. You are a very newly emerging thing, right? Although you've been it for some time, but as a technology, pyrolysis is still finding its feet. not that any all of the technologies are running, but still, where do you see this whole? Will this become alternative technology of the kind where there is a primary product market, and therefore it also then leads to a secondary product market, or you think that no, there is a lot more that needs to happen before we get there?
Yeah, excellent question. So with with technologies like pyrolysis and gasification, so I use both in the same sort of same spirit because they're quite similar. So you need to have you need to have one primary product, which is in our case it's an energy product. It's a shipping grade biofuel that that recently sort of we successfully trialed on an actual marine ship engine, and there's commercial viability there that also enables us to then sell the biochar at subsidized prices, again aided by the carbon removal credits. So now for pyrolysis and gasification, both to really scale, like there needs to be one of the pieces of the puzzle was getting setting up plants that are not too big, but still sort of some meaningful scale, but decentralized. Now for that decentralized model to work, what didn't work earlier was, in my experience, I was still too young at the time, but I've read a lot of reports that big assumptions were made that the biomass would come from 200, 300 kilometers away. So that's your radius for a very large, brick and mortar plant. Now, the way we approach things, we're very Danish in the way that we look at everything from a Lego perspective. So modularization and containerizing everything, including our machines, our our offices, our plants, etc. That is, that drives down your logistics considerably. If you are able to set up a plant that can be serviced by a 20-25 kilometer radius, and that's your typical sort of 70 to 100 tons per day plant. So first is of course to solve for tech that can enable multiple streams of revenues. Number two is doing that tech at a meaningful scale, and for us that is the 70 to 100 tons per day that can be serviced, especially if you're looking at agricultural residues only and not agro-processing residues, then it's that 25 kilometer radius. And thirdly, you need to have incentives like carbon removal credits, at least for the next 15, 20 years, for it to be, for the plants to keep running. And also, and also just sort of for any inflation that might happen and that will happen on the input side, and also for electricity, for labor, etc., that can be absorbed with these incentives.
Thank you, Rohit. So, Ashish, you are in a unique position that yours is a global corporation. It has already a lot of experience across the continents on setting up and running large bioenergy projects. And then when Verbio came to India, obviously here also, even at that time, to say, wow, this is a really large scale. And till today, no one has even thought of a equal capacity plant, which you set up so many years ago. What's been your experience relative to what you saw, what your company saw in international markets?
Right. So, when Verbio, one of the major trigger points for Verbio to look at the Indian market was, as was rightly pointed out earlier, was this problem of stubble burning. So we were approached that, okay, this is the problem what we have in the northern states, and we thought, okay, we have a solution to that. We can probably, support in solving that problem. And then on the other side, we said, okay, it's just not the feedstock part of it. Is there a gas market, right? So we saw that, okay, yes, there is abundant feedstock. There's a good gas market, growing gas market. So makes sense. Let's maybe set up a pilot project. I'm making it sound very simple. There was a lot more which went into it, but these were definitely the key considerations. The experience, there are two major stakeholders here. So one, on the feedstock side is the farmer, and on the gas side, you're working with the oil and gas marketing companies, or to a large extent, the policy makers. So the experience what we've had on the feedstock part, the farmer side, has been extremely positive, very, very encouraging from the start. I think the whole narrative of, especially the North Indian farmer, is very negative because of, all these protests and all these things which go on. But I think they're the most enterprising. Uh, if it makes sense, they will be the first ones to actually execute it. So very entrepreneurial, very enterprising. They want to solve it. They are the last ones who want to burn their fields, right? But we need to provide a solution. So we can keep complaining, okay, the farmers are burning. No, the farmers are not burning. It is the policy makers who have not done their job, because of which they have to burn. It is the industry, it is the policy maker. We have lagged in our efforts. So let's not blame the other side. So then comes the other stakeholder, which is the policy maker or the oil and gas marketing companies. I'll talk about the policy makers first. Again, fantastic experience. I work a lot with, I think, every stakeholder from whichever ministry who's associated with our sector at least. We were not expecting that this is how receptive the government is going to be in terms of not only accepting that we do not have it, but also making changes to the policies or introducing new policies. So this has been excellent. I mean, we've not had this kind of experience in any other market. I mean, we now benchmark within Verbio that, okay, how we are doing it in India is probably how we should also look at, European or American markets. That how do you influence in a positive way? How to come out really with a progressive policy framework. Wahan pe the demand is less because these are already mature markets. The policies are as it is in a very investment friendly space, whereas we are in a different space altogether here. So the experience from both sides has been extremely positive. I might sound very critical on my forums associated with the policymaker, because that's another side. But whether we talk about policies related to offtake, or whether it is related to pricing or manure and all these things, I think the government is doing what best it is able to. Yes, the speed is something I can always complain about. What we are talking about today probably should have been done, last year or probably even earlier. But I think now it is the industry which has to do its bit. It will slowly be out of the territory that we can either blame the back end or we blame the front end. It is the middle block which has to do its job now.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do is actually get all of three you to give your opinions on two key issues. One, here is a very fast emerging, very dynamic, actually everyday reshaping field. And one of the key ingredients for all of the middle section to actually perform well will also be the human capital. And how do you three, from your different perspectives, see the availability of human capital for this journey for us as a country, and what do you think can be done? In any order, no particular order.
So human capital, I think there's layers of human capital. I think it's a great question. I mean, for us, if you look at what stakeholders we have, I think it generally boils down to where the residues are coming from. So there's your farmers. So for us, the whole sort of application of biochar stems from increasing the livelihoods of farmers, and that we intend to do by improving their yields. And in the most ideal world, जो रेसिड्यू उनसे आया है, अगर वही बायोचार उनके खेत में जा रहा है, तो so wonderful. I mean, it's very difficult to do that in principle, but it's something that we have done. We've in different parts of Maharashtra, Karnataka, Andhra, we've shown that we can increase yields by 25 to 30% by just having one application of biochar, and that that improvement in yield is over multiples of seasons. So we are in the 7th season now in Marathwada, for instance, where the yields are just positive as compared to the control plot. So for us, that gives a lot of confidence to the farmers that okay, if I were to apply the biochar, and uske pehle hi, if that supply chain is sorted, then it's great for me to partner with, let's say, somebody like BiofuelCircle, who are then going to ensure that I'm going to get the biochar back in some sort of a return, reverse logistics model. Then that's great. So farmers are the sort of, they're the backbone of not just the country, but for us in this sector, in terms of human capital. The other human capital that we absolutely need is to, run our plants. So all of the physical assets that we have, we've actually seen a very surprising trend. I mean, I'm sure you must have seen it as well in different in your companies, that there's a lot of engineers out there, but then to find well-trained technicians, fitters, electricians, welders, it's become so many orders of magnitude. It's more difficult to find a well-trained guy that sort of that's hands-on, that really sort of understands machines, understands how to get things done. So for shift engineers, for operators, there's great sort of great amount of people available for that. But for people who actually work the machines and who maintain the machines, all of that, there's such a dearth of good talent there, that I feel that from a policy perspective, and as an industry also, we were doing our bit. But from a policy perspective, I think there's something that needs to be done to address that, because those are the guys who are actually going to run these, whatever solutions we have, the plants and the operations are going to be run by those guys. Of course, engineers are great. I'm an engineer myself, but you need more hands-on guys to make sure that, I mean, this revolution sort of continues and thrives.
I fully agree with this second point. I think you need capability for people to operate, but I think since in the part of Thermax I used to lead, we used to run a lot of power plants, and we used to maintain 100 power plants at any point of time. This is a problem. I think India can solve it, and many companies in many different parts have done. Industry will have to play some role in having partnership with local colleges, ITIs, engineering colleges, polytechnics, but I think there's a problem which can be solved. And maybe separately I can connect it. I think to me two things which are very important. One is on the technology side. I think today, for the time in front of us, the opportunity in front of us, we need technologies which can be scaled quickly, because today in many of these things we are at uncharted territories. Be it gasification, be it pyrolysis, be it anything else which maybe tomorrow biobitumen will come out. How to generate digestate and converting digestate. We'll have some pilot plants. Now, pilot to commercial scale, this scale up art or science, I think as a country we have it, but I think earlier we had the luxury of doing this on a 3, 5, 8 year period. Today we don't have that time. Today we need to be very clear. If something works at a 1 TPD, how do I make a 100 TPD plant and be sure about it? And I think that art of scaling up, I think art and science, there is both science and art. I think we don't have too much people in the country also, because we have been struggling at some part of our businesses. I think that's one area where how to quickly scale up in a predictable manner, because now big money is coming onto it. So how do we be able to scaling up? So scaling up as a science, scaling up as a body of knowledge, how do we bring it, and that can be applied. So I think some of the R&D world has done it outside India, but they all had time, didn't have time constraint. India is running a battle against time. So we need to, how do we scale it up? The second part is a body of people, especially on the finance side and the project developer side. Today, for example, in many parts, and what went wrong in many of the earlier biomass projects, the sort of developers who jumped in were people who didn't have anything new. People who were petrol pump owners would jump into it. And in some sense, it's happening even in the ethanol market. When the grain-based ethanol market has come, you look at the set of promoters coming. And so one is from a finance and developer, how do you do a proper project appraisal? I find that lens missing from many of the due diligence partners. So, whether this project can take off, it could be a technology due diligence, it could be a financial due diligence on, what are the various case scenarios. Because you get 5 bad projects and then it's a herd mentality. People say this won't work. And if you have 5 good successes, then a lot of people will jump in. So it's important to ensure that we, maybe do a bit of screening and allow the right projects to go ahead. And I think that, I don't know whether that knowledge is missing, experience is missing, or it's, we need to more out of policy, we have not done it. But I feel that there are not enough people who can do smart project appraisal. So that's one skill capital. We don't need too many people, but we need some good people, because there are only 10, 15 banks who actually lend. I think there we need to have some good skill as well.
So I think we definitely need a lot more human capital across the aspects of the value chain, but most is still needed on the upstream side. I mean, anything got to do with the biomass, because this is where I think we sitting in Delhi, Bombay, all these urban centers, I mean, we do not want to get into that rural space. It's a little tough. It is hands-on. It needs a different level of skilling. So we kind of, that's what I call as the hands-on. I mean, if there are people who are making all these very nice swanky models around how the biomass aggregation should take place on a PowerPoint slide, I mean, why don't you just go out during the next season, try your hand in driving the tractor and the baler and the, so you'll get a sense of how this guy is actually making, and it's no rocket science. It works, right? So the skilling on the upstream side is something which is of a different character altogether, and this needs to be done in abundance. हम बायोमास abundance की बात करते हैं, लेकिन उसको manage करने के लिए जो manpower है वो abundant नहीं है, right? So we need that. That's a big, black hole, and this will be, I'm sure Suhas will and team. I mean, this is a challenge. I mean, do I want to always depend on that farmer as a resource to operate that machinery, or do I want to have that expertise in-house as well, right? So that's going to be a little tricky point to solve. On the midstream part, I think we have engineers, but again, having engineers doesn't solve anything. We need those hands-on technicians and जो actually हाथ से काम करता है वो चाहिए. So skilling is something which is required at all levels, and that is only when a scale can be brought. If we are not having that level of skilling, we cannot imagine having any kind of scale, right? So that's where I would stop.
So I think what we are hearing is that there is a new set of jobs, there is a new set of skills, both in terms of its size and scale, even in terms of its basic skill levels. We may not have paid attention to it so much as we need to pay attention today. Maybe a very different take is required on this, both in terms of what an industry-academia collaboration can do, because I don't know how many universities actually change their degrees today. We are still teaching the same thing, more or less, same books, same principles, and so I think some more innovation in the education side has to happen, and I think that needs to be pushed from the industry side as well. So we've talked a lot around industry-academia collaboration, but unless we start to push at the grassroots level of changing what our tomorrow's generations are going to come out with what based knowledge, to expect that then we'll be able to get different results is a little bit of a challenge. So I think that's one clear requirement. The second that we see, especially from the technology and innovation perspective, is that for a long time we have believed that you need to be a specialist for doing innovation and R&D. Our recent experiences have shown that maybe that is not the case. And a lot of innovation is happening at intersection of technologies. So a biology person working with a chemical engineer, working with a software engineer, and maybe they come up with a much better solution than a one single focused guy trying to do innovation. So this multidisciplinary intersection based innovation is something that's taking place, and I think that's where in the ecosystem we also have to recognize, because sorry to use this word, but many of us who are the old managers have to also reorient ourselves to see that maybe the innovation will happen at the intersection and it need not be just deep down. Of course, there's a lot of space for deep down knowledge and expertise, But that's a very different cup of tea than just driving innovation, because we clearly need it to go forward. So maybe AI will play a role, maybe um, uh, marrying of disciplines will play a role. And a very simple example is this. So at least when I passed out, and I'm sure at least with one guy exception here, all of the rest of us, so who was a car designer? And we had a very simple answer: the automobile engineer did it. Yeah. Who is a car designer today? We don't know. Is it the battery guy? Is the chemical engineer? Is it the electronics guy? Is it? Yeah, we don't know. It's very difficult to define it in one single term, right? I mean, it's a very simple equipment that all of us come across today. So who is the car designer today? We don't know. Yeah, in fact, just a small anecdote. So I still remember, this was a unique thing, and that's how I remember this. So this was same batch as you guys. Huh? So Suhas and Mahesh and everybody. And we had recruited a girl those days. So this is late 80s. Yeah, and she wanted to be on shop floor in Thermax. Her requirement was कि मुझे और कहीं काम नहीं. And those days, girls on shop floor was unheard of. And she was very feisty. She said, this is your problem, not mine to solve. And she was right. And we said, yeah, it's not about you. It's about others who have to get prepared to have a girl on the shop floor, right? So after some rules writing and all that, we did it. She went on to become the chief designer for Mahindra's XUV 500. So, I mean, it's a very unique journey for her as well. So, I think we need to recognize human talent at its base level and then see how we can create the intersection. So, that's going to be another challenge. Okay, so now the second question again to three of you. And that's about a lot of stuff is being talked around carbon credits and their value in this whole chain, right? But when you actually go down to start to look at it from a commercial angle, it poses its own set of challenges that is still, somebody's cracked the code, but not everybody has cracked the code and it's still in infancy. But a very important rule, a very important element for driving commercial viability, the passing of the big, bold, beautiful bill in the United States right now is going to open up some very new pathways for lowering the carbon scores on ethanol, and we are very excited about it. But what I'm trying to say is that this is still, we don't know. Everybody is four blind men in a room with an elephant trying to define what it looks like. So maybe you are the three practitioners on that. So maybe we can start with you. And yeah. And then move on to see how do you see the role of carbon credits playing out and what needs to happen to make it mainstream?
So maybe I'll just give a primer. So for those of you who don't know, I mean, carbon credits can be of three types. I mean, two broad types. One is your pure emissions reductions based carbon credits. So that's when you replace, let's say, 1 liter or 1 ton of fossil fuel with 1 ton of biofuel, certified biofuel. Then you are essentially just sort of net zero if that is your only usage. So that's one type of carbon credit, and that's a good mechanism. You know, if you can sell, let's say, he was talking about having a green premium. So there have been certain programs under the UN CDM and other voluntary programs today that incentivize for users to switch fuels. So it's fuel switch. You can either do it through biomass, you can do it through liquid fuels, but the value of that credit is very less because you're not, that biological carbon is just going to be emitted back into the atmosphere. So it's net zero, it's an enabler, but the value unfortunately today is very less for that. So let's say $1, $2, if you're lucky $5 per ton of CO2 abated. Now you have the other type of carbon credit, which is your carbon removal credit, which holds slightly more value because you're removing carbon. So net you're -1. You're not displacing a fossil product, but you're actually storing that carbon somewhere. The easiest forms of that is doing afforestation. That's your natural carbon sinks, and you can do a lot of afforestation. You can also do some soil carbon projects where you sort of mitigate the use of fertilizer. You do no tilling. All of that is great, but that's semi-permanent carbon because over, let's say, 100, 200 years, most forest stocks might need replenishment. So you might need to sort of chop them up, or there might be forest fires, whatnot. So, and then within the carbon removal ones, there's the permanent carbon removal pathways that include those like biochar. Now, biochar is one such pathway, but then there's also direct air capture. There's also enhanced rock weathering, and direct air capture. For those of you who don't know, it's just basically you have a machine that sucks all of the air, and जो 0.3% CO2 है, that is sort of absorbed through solvents. So it's an extremely expensive technology, and that's why the value of that carbon credit can go as high as $1,000 per ton. So remember that $2, $1 to $2, that's all. That can be as high as $1,000 per ton, because you need to incentivize the OEMs or the technology developers to do it at scale so that that price comes down to, let's say, sub $100 per ton. Now, biochar is at an intersection where it gives you multitudes of co-benefits also, like improving yields, etc. But it's also permanently removing carbon, and the tech is much more mature than, say, direct air capture. So that lies at around $100 or $150 per ton, and all forecasts show that for biochar type of carbon removals, it's going to plateau at let's say $100 per ton, and that's the price of carbon that will stay. Because just FYI, this is a great new term that has been coined called social cost of carbon. So it's a metric that's developed to see what's the social damage that one additional ton of CO2 does. Now that is the highest in India. Some sources say it's $86 per ton. Some say it's as high as $180 per ton. So, and it's not low. So this is very, very high. This means that, so what goes into the social cost of carbon is loss of yield, loss of livelihood, loss of infrastructure, any floods that happen, the loss of loss of lives as well as infrastructure due to those floods. So that social cost of carbon is anyway high. So if you can do whatever to mitigate carbon number one and then remove carbon number two, you are bound to you're bound to ask for revenue in the form of carbon credits, which will enable you to sustain these projects beyond 2050 as well.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not as expert like what he talked about, and my view is only limited from a technology company's point of view. But what I think is two things. One is, I think it's coming. In India, it will take a bit more time to come because of the compulsions of financing. I think at a policy level, governments are convinced that we need to do it. A continent like Europe has already brought in, a CBAM for carbon tax on steel, which is coming. So if you look at the steel companies are the first ones which are trying hard for decarbonization, because otherwise they have to pay a green tax. But Europe can afford it. How much can India do it is a question mark. But I think already the government has come up with the first policy, and I think this market will come in the next, I don't know how sooner than later, but will it be able to make a significant impact to a developer's revenue stream is the $1 million question. I think my personal view is at this point of time, as a developer, you can't factor that into your calculations and make your project viable, because then you are waiting for something to happen. But I think that will help in growing up the industry and helping the industry to set the right benchmarks for the days to come. But on the other hand, we have seen this happening in many other industries, and it's coming up slowly. Even, for example, a very different industry like water, and we are a company is also into water. Government has started coming with norms which are saying that if you are able to save so much of water, they've started talking about it. So I think not only in carbon, even in something like water, those norms are building up. But how much, when will it happen, and what impact it will have on a revenue stream is a bit of question mark. And I think if you're putting your money into it, my view is I don't think we should factor it. That will be a cherry on the cake to have.
So, continuing from where you mentioned that, I think as of now, Europe is the most mature or advanced market as far as any kind of carbon monetization is taking place. What you mentioned is the voluntary carbon credit market, and it is pathetically low, so there's no point basing your business case on that. What we also always talk about is a compliance-based market. And that is the reason why Europe, or followed by US, is doing so well. And as we speak, as on today, I think the price what you get is about 130 euros per ton of CO2, reduction in Germany, for example, as of now, 130, and this is considered to be low. The fair price is expected to be somewhere around 200, right? And I'm talking to the so it's all legislation. Again, it comes back to that, and we are talking about legislation which has been created for the transport sector, right? So we are not talking the entire spectrum. So within the transport sector, there is an obligation, and to comply to that obligation, this is the price which is existing in the market today, and it has seen highs of 400 euros plus till about 3-4 years back. So ultimately, I totally agree with Mahesh that we should not factor that in, but we definitely need to have that scenario in our business planning, because minus that scenario, you are not getting into it. If you are going to base your business case just on the sale of gas and that uncertainty related, I'm again, talking the context of CBG. So then you will not probably take that, plunge into it, because it is too ordinary, I mean, and too risky. So if we don't see that carrot, then it is a difficult decision to make. So yes, you don't have to be basing it on a 100 euro kind of a realization. Let it be not as low as 1 or 2, but let it start at 10, 15, 20 somewhere, and then you are in a safe space. And I think that definitely should be targeted, right? So whether it will come or not should be the question. The question is when it will come. It has to come, otherwise it doesn't work. So I hope it is, not far away, because the very intent of introducing an obligation, which has already been done. So why would you introduce an obligation if there is no objective to actually monetize that, right? So if there is an obligation, then automatically, yes, you need to probably extend the scope of the obligated entities over here, because right now it is too narrowly targeted towards a certain stakeholder. All transportation fuel handlers, marketeers, producers need to be brought into that ambit. The moment you do that, then automatically your mandates, your obligation, your blending targets will, go on a higher scale, and then that will also incentivize investments to come into such kind of projects. So I am pretty convinced on this part that if that doesn't play, then this whole thing doesn't work. And so it has to come. However, mediocre it might be to start with.
Thank you. So we have a very vast subject, and I know that we can talk for next 3 hours and promise that we can keep you awake for 3 hours. But that's not my brief. My brief is to stop when it is 60 minutes. So thank you very much, all you guys, for being here today and really, really sharing some very interesting insights, very independent perspectives, and we know that the whole picture is requiring each and every perspective to be built in. Thank you so much for staying awake, but now I'm going to exceed Suhas your brief for 5 minutes. Yeah, and maybe if you guys have any questions to any panelists, please feel free to ask. Yes, please. Yeah, go ahead and try.
Thank you. I think I'm audible now.
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Yeah. So, sir, I have 3 questions. So, let's just take a minute. So, I'll start with Mr. Ashish Kumar. So, after a decade of challenges in CBG production, now we are somewhere, and CBG is being produced across the region now in India. How do you think the producer should market it? Either through selling it to CGD companies under SATAT, or whether should they go on their own to build up their own brand under their own retail outlets, because the regulation allows you to do so. My second question is to Mr. Rahul. is that we talked about the carbon credits. So in maybe mid next year, we are expecting CCTS to come into the picture through regulatory framework. How do you think it will change the market structure, specifically MSMEs, buying fossil fuels, biofuels, etc.? And my second question to you again is, you says the term biogenic hydrogen. How is it different from electrolysis hydrogen and how the economics works? Thank you.
So I'll start. I think from a CVG producer point of view, I think the modality of offtake is more important than whom you're selling it to. Today's current model is you have to bottle it up and send it in cascades, and that is the reason why we talk about a Satat or a Singh scheme, right? The point is we should inject it into a grid. So there is no question of creating, brands and, gas stations and all that. That's probably not going to be the core competence of a CVG producer, the retail aspect of the fuel. So ideally speaking, the producer should produce a gas and inject it into the grid. That's it. That's the job done, right? That's the best way to do it. And but unfortunately, we are not in that idealistic situation. So coming to reality, yes, you have to sell it to a Satat or to a Singh scheme. Between the two, my personal view is Singh scheme makes more sense. Though both have been aligned in terms of the unit of how you get monetized. Earlier, in one, you were getting paid by weight, right? Now, and the Singh scheme, you were getting paid on an energy basis, right? So both have been aligned now. So from that point of view, you sell it to anybody today, the realization is going to be the same. Whether you want to do it on your own or not, that is a capex decision. You are losing 15% as compared to the real retail market price. So if that fits into the business case, you should go ahead and do it, right? But I think it will come down to what is the core competence, what area you are going to focus on. Am I happy doing the production and focus on that and replicating that in multiple plants, scaling it up? I think to my sense, that makes aligns more with our philosophy. Focus on the upstream and the midstream, and the downstream ideally has to be from a pure grid point of view.
Yeah. So on the Indian CCTS, yes, the first drafts are in. Whether it will be rolled out next year or not, I can't predict that. But the good part is that for, let's say, for MSMEs, especially for those who are suppliers or sub-suppliers of larger corporations who will be under the mandate for reduction / abating of scope 1, scope 2 emissions. They might actually be in the positive because or in the green because they can now sell their products or they can then sell their products at higher prices if they were asked today, let's say for example today, in the absence of a carbon credit scheme or a compliance market in India, if let's say if a large brand like Tata wanted sustainable coffee from an MSME, they will not be able to provide that sustainable coffee because they cannot they cannot reduce their own emissions. That costs something, and Tata would say, I will only pay you 50 rupees per kg. But with the compliance market in picture, Tata can pass on that buck to us. So instead of paying 50, they can pay like 60 or 65 rupees per kg for that coffee to the supplier, and then the extra 10-15 is borne by the end customer, us. So this is just one example. Your second question was about biogenic hydrogen versus electrolysis-based hydrogen. So fundamentally, the molecule is not different. But yeah, in terms of premiums, you can command a similar premium, if not a higher premium for biological hydrogen, if you're able to separate it, because the cost is going to be somewhat, let's say in our case, the cost can be mitigated by the carbon credit. So we can sell it at sub sub $2-3 per kg as well for biological hydrogen. But yeah, fundamentally they're not different. I hope that answers your questions.
Okay, one last question.
Just a repeat on the biologic hydrogen. So without the carbon credit, what do you think is the parity price for this?
It'll be the same as, like, there's no incentive, for somebody like us. If there's no credits, there's no incentive for us to sell it at,
What price would you be willing to sell if there were no incentives? I'm presuming there's a buyer on the other side. At what price would the buyer have to pay?
$3-4 per kg.
Got it. Thanks.
Roughly speaking, a biogenic hydrogen today is about $1 cheaper compared to electrolysis-based hydrogen. That's the rough difference. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for listening and all the questions. Thank you very much.
I would request the panelists to stay back for just one moment. So it's a vote of thanks. Thank you, all you wonderful panelists, for taking out time and for having such intriguing discussions here. I would request Suhas to please present a small memento on behalf of all of us to each of these panelists. Thank you. I now request the panelist, maybe Suhas can lead the panelists to the control tower of Biomass Bank. I think we were left midway.
We had already done that with Mahesh and Ashish. I think we'll definitely lead Shishir to that.
Sure, sure. And meanwhile, all of us can take a quick coffee break. We should be back in the next 15 minutes. And meanwhile, an announcement for those who have joined us online. We are now towards the end of our bioenergy conclave. But the celebration of our 5 years of BiofuelCircle will continue. So those of the BiofuelCircle team members who have joined us online, please now switch on to the Teams link. Our celebration continues there. For all others who joined us online on LinkedIn and YouTube, thank you very much, and we look forward to staying connected with you.